Chapter 416 Returning to the Southern Territory. An extreme-grade energy stone! The black-clothed woman's voice carried dense shock. She seemed to be unsure, so she waved her right hand and the energy stone in Yang Yi's hand flew into her own. She sensed the pure energy contained within the shiny extreme-grade energy stones. This time, she was sure that it was really an extreme-grade energy stone. How did you come to possess this extreme-grade energy stone? How many do you have? Asked the black-clothed woman in a low voice. Even though extreme-grade energy stones were precious, it wasn't something the Yan clan didn't possess. The reason she was shocked was that the energy contained within this extreme-grade energy stone was much denser and purer than any she'd seen in the past. Of course, most importantly, she wondered why Yang Yi possessed an extreme-grade energy stone. After all, top-grade energy stones and above usually only existed within those extraordinary clans and sections. Perhaps some independent cultivators might possess some top-grade energy stones, but it was practically impossible for them to possess extreme-grade energy stones. If Yang Yi was a monarch realm expert, then she would feel shocked if he possessed an extreme-grade energy stones. But Yang Yi was merely a spirit realm expert. I can't tell you that. You just have to tell me if this extreme-grade energy stone can be used in exchange for that specter set. Yang Yi would naturally not tell her where he obtained it. He hadn't shown it to her out of trust, and it was because he had no other choice. After all, he really needed the specter sets because it would be able to guarantee a little extra safety to the lives of those 105 brothers of his. Otherwise, he would absolutely not reveal the extreme-grade energy stones. The black-clothed woman fell silent for a moment before she said, Even though an extreme-grade energy stone is precious, it's undoubtedly impossible to exchange a single one for that entire set. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment before she said, Unless you have even more. Yang Yi's heart shook when he heard this because those last few words she spoke made him sense an indescribable feeling of danger. Even monarch realm experts are tempted by such energy stones. If I were to expose too many, then this woman would definitely try to kill me to seize them from me. How would I resist her then? So, Yang Yi had a decision when he thought up to here. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Sorry, I don't have more. Since it can't be exchanged for a specter set, then it'll be leaving. Yang Yi turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Even though he was really tempted by that set of equipment, his life was still more important. Yang Yi had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped moving because Embark had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, her gaze was indifferent and calm as water as she gazed at him, and it was like she was looking at a stranger. 5 extreme-grade energy stones for a set. You can get as many as you want so long as you have sufficient extreme-grade energy stones, said Embark in a cold voice. I want 200 sets. Yang Yi didn't exchange pleasantries or engage in small talk with her. Embark glanced at the black-clothed woman, and then the latter nodded lightly before she vanished on the spot. Only Yang Yi and Embark remained here. Yang Yi felt silent while Embark was the same, and the atmosphere between them instantly became slightly strange. I'm sorry for what happened the other day. Yang Yi felt that he should apologize. After all, it was he who'd violated her. Even though it was because of the true dragon's blood, had still done it no matter what. It was fine to make a mistake, but a man had to have the courage to admit the mistake and take responsibility for it. Did you think an apology would be enough to make up for everything? Embark stared right at him as she spoke in an icy cold voice. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, I never spoke about compensating you with anything because I know that nothing can accomplish that, and doing that would only be an insult to you. I'm going back to the Southern Territory, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to return to the ancient battlefield once I do that. I promise that if I'm still alive at that time, then I'll definitely come to the ancient battlefield, and we can put an end to everything then. All right? In the end, he was at fault for the incident that occurred that day, and had never thought about pushing away the responsibility for it. However, he couldn't put an end to it with her right now because he had something even more important to accomplish. Embark gazed at him in silence while Yang Yi met her gaze. A short while later, and Byra seemed to be unable to endure Yan Yi's gaze and moved her gaze away before she said, "Remember what you've said." "Of course." Meanwhile, the black-clothed woman had appeared in front of Yan Yi. At the same time, a pitch-black spatial ring appeared in front of him as well. Yan Yi was delighted when he glanced at the contents of the spatial ring. At the same time, he sighed with admiration in his heart about the wealth that the Yin clan possessed. Because there were exactly 200 sets of the spectre set within the spatial ring. 200 sets. Every single part of the sets was a low-grade heaven-rank treasure, yet the Yin clan had produced it with such ease. Such a display of wealth is probably something even some 9th-rank sects can't accomplish, right? Yan Yi wasn't hesitant at all. He waved his right hand and 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones appeared in front of them. He didn't trust the black-clothed woman before he had some trust towards Enbiru. Because he was able to sense that she had no intention to kill him or harm him. After all, he would be dead if she had. Enbiru and the black-clothed woman could be considered as existences who had seen the world and experienced many grand scenes, yet they were still shocked when they saw these 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Even a 9th-rank sect would probably be unable to produce 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones like this. But this fellow Yan Yi has done it so casually. Where exactly did he obtain these energy stones? Both of them were puzzled in their hearts. Both of them gazed at Yan Yi in silence. Even though they possessed all the information related to Yan Yi, they felt that they'd just gotten to know him right now. It was especially so for Enbiru, and that feeling was extremely strong. If you return to the Southern Territory while possessing this little bit of strength, then you'll definitely have only a small chance of survival. Enbiru suddenly said, "The Southern Territory is like a volcano that's on the verge of erupting, and it only needs a spark before it would fully erupt. It's very likely for one to be burned into ashes while residing at the center of the volcano, or even in its vicinity, understand?" At this moment, even Enbiru herself didn't understand her mental state right now, and she didn't understand why she would speak such words. Did she hate Yan Yi? Did she not hate him? She didn't know the answer because she had never thought about it seriously. She could be said to have been constantly avoiding this question. She was avoiding it in the past, avoiding it now, and might even continue avoiding it in the future. Yan Yi was slightly surprised because her voice carried a concerned tone, and a sliver of warmth arose in his heart as he said, "I naturally understand what I have to face when I return this time, but I have no choice. The person most dear to me is there. If I can't rescue her this time, then it'll kill until the world's upside down." "Your mother?" asked Enbiru. Yan Yi nodded. Enbiru fell silent. She knew that no one could talk Yan Yi out of returning to the Southern Territory. However, she still refused to give up and said, "The resources and reserves of the Flower Palace are really not something you can resist right now. They have 2 Monarch Realm experts, a few dozen Exalt Realm experts, and countless experts at the Spirit Realm and below. What about you? What do you have?" Yan Yi grinned. What did he have? He naturally had his own trump cards and plans because he wasn't stupid enough to return to the Southern Territory and give his life away. "You intend to rely on that little girl?" asked Enbiru in a low voice. "That would be great if it was possible." Yan Yi laughed bitterly. The strength of that mysterious little girl was undeniable. However, would she possibly help him? The little girl was filled with ill feelings towards him. Moreover, even if she was willing to help him, he wouldn't dare allow her to do so. After all, once her existence was exposed, then it was very likely that the tiny vortex would be exposed as well. At that time, countless experts would come looking for him. Yan Yi's entire body shuddered when he thought of this possibility. Enbiru stopped asking further questions. She merely glanced at Yan Yi before she turned around and left. She took a few steps before she suddenly stopped, and she spoke with her back towards him. "I felt something appear within me that day. Did you transfer karmic luck to me on the Hidden Dragon Arena that day?" "Yes." Yan Yi nodded. He had indeed included Enbiru when he transferred karmic luck that day. Enbiru stood silently on the spot for a moment, and then she said, "I don't like owing others. Cheating. Hong! As soon as she finished speaking, two black-robed women had instantly appeared behind her. The two of them bowed to her, and then they bowed to the black-clothed woman at the side before they stood silently at the side. Both of them are at the Exalt realm. I'll leave them with you to help you, and you can consider it as me returning the favor for the karmic luck. And Byra left quickly upon speaking these words. The black-clothed woman glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said to the two black-robed women, "Return after escorting him to the Southern Territory. Don't interfere in the matters within the Southern Territory, understand?" Both of them spoke respectfully. "Yes, master." The black-clothed woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Good luck." As soon as she finished, her figure shook lightly before she suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi rubbed his nose. Was that really a wish with good intent? Yang Yi shook his head and glanced at the black-robed women. A wisp of warmth flowed in his heart as he gazed at them because he knew that Byra was lying when she said she wanted to return the favor, and she was really just using it as an excuse to help him. Yang Yi shook his head again and stopped thinking about all of that, and then he left the chamber. Because it was pointless to think about all of that right now. At an opening that was a few hundred kilometers away from ancient Domain City, Yang Yi stood there while 105 black-robed figures stood in front of him. They hadn't utilized any techniques, yet others were unable to sense even a trace of their aura, and it was like they'd fused into one with the air. Yang Yi nodded with satisfaction as he gazed at them. The Spectre set really isn't bad. These assassins have become even more terrifying while wearing that set of equipment, and they'll become the nightmare of all my enemies. Yi Yun asked. Sword Master, shall we leave now? Yang Yi shook his head and said, We're still one person short. Yi Yun was stunned. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly smiled and said, She's here. Yi Yun looked along Yang Yi's gaze, and he was immediately stunned when he saw the person who'd arrived. It was none other than the martial god, and Nanjing. And Nanjing had sky split on her back and was walking slowly towards them. The Sword Master was waiting for her. End of Book 3. Chapter 4:17 The Sword Sect's Decision. Book 4 The Path of Vengeance. Yang Yi was naturally waiting for a Nanjing. The path back to the Southern Territory would be extremely dangerous this time, so he would be even more confident if he had a Nanjing by his side. A Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at the others behind him, and then said, I owe you 3 requests. So the first is to return to the Southern Territory with you. It's to escort me back to the Southern Territory. Yang Yi corrected her. A Nanjing's strength was absolutely beyond any doubt, and it was even to the extent that Yang Yi felt even a peak spirit realm expert might not be a match for a Nanjing. Because a Nanjing was truly extremely terrifying when she had Skysplit in her hand. Even if his current physical body had surpassed both Mo Ke and Luo Shui, and he even possessed the sword domain, but Yang Yi wasn't fully confident in his ability to defeat a Nanjing. A Nanjing glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, Remember the agreement between us. Of course. Yang Yi nodded and spoke in a serious tone. If it weren't for the matters he had to deal with in the Southern Territory, Yang Yi would desire to fight her to his heart's content right now as well. Unfortunately, he had more important matters to attend to. A Nanjing didn't speak further, and she just stood silently at the side. Meanwhile, a black figure suddenly appeared from within the dense forest, and it flashed swiftly towards Yang Yi. It was so swift that it practically covered a distance of 300 m in a few breaths of time. It was none other than Zhang Lu who'd gone to investigate the state of their enemies. Sword Master, there are a few hundred experts at a mountain range around 300 kilometers away from us. There are 32 spirit realm experts amongst them, and most of them are at the 2nd or 3rd rank of the spirit realm. The rest are king realm profounders. All of them are wearing black clothes or robes. They seem to be members of the Ghost Sect, said Zhang Lu. 32 spirit realm experts. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, The Ghost Sect really thinks highly of me. But I truly wonder, is there some sort of deep-rooted enmity between us? Indeed, the Ghost Sect had acted against him in the past because he was from the Sword Sect, but he wasn't anymore. So, logically speaking, the ghost sect shouldn't continue acting against him. It might be because of Li Xianjun. Meanwhile, Yi Yun suddenly said, Sword Master, Li Xianjun was the grandson of an elder in the ghost sect who holds great authority in the sect. The one who paid a huge price to hire the League of Doom to kill you wasn't the ghost sect, and it was him instead. So I think that this group of people might not have come here under the orders of the ghost sect, and they are trusted subordinates of that elder. So that's the reason. Yan Yi came to an understanding, and then he laughed coldly and said, It doesn't matter if they're from the ghost sect or another sect. Since they'd come, then they don't have to return anymore. From this moment onward, all of you'll split up and assassinate freely on your own. After it's done, I'll reward the one who killed the most with 10 top-grade energy stones and 20 top-grade talismans of all types. All the assassins were slightly stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and then Yi Yun and Zhang Lu had vanished on the spot and were shooting towards the distance. The others finally returned to their senses when they saw Zhang Lu and Yi Yun act, and then their figures flashed towards the distance as well. After all, 10 top-grade energy stones and 20 pieces of various top-grade talismans was a reward that far surpassed the rewards given to the top 5 during the Ascension rankings. So, how could they not be tempted by it? Only Yang Yi and Nanjing remained on the spot after all of them had left. Their strengths aren't bad, and Nanjing suddenly said. However, I don't think they can shake a sect. If you don't have any other trump cards, then you're purely courting death by returning to the Southern Territory now. Of course, it's none of my business if you seek death, and I merely hope we can have a battle before that happens. Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he gazed towards the distance instead. At the direction of his gaze was the Southern Territory, and it was also in the direction of the Flower Palace. The Southern Territory. In a secret chamber within the Imperial capital, young Master Yan has started his journey back to the Southern Territory. There's a group of mysterious assassins by his side. Those assassins are extremely formidable, and their movement techniques are extraordinarily shocking. Our members don't dare approach them at all. So we're unable to determine their true identities. All of those assassins are very respectful to young Master Yang, so they should be part of a force that he established in secret. A woman spoke slowly to Qin Xie, who sat behind the table. After a short while, Qin Xie said, Which powers of the Southern Territory sent experts to kill him on the way back? The known powers are the Origin School, the Ghost Sect, and the Flower Sect, said the woman in a low voice. What cultivations do those dispatched experts possess? Asked Qin Xie. The Ghost Sect and Flower Sect merely dispatched Spirit Realm experts, whereas the Origin School might have dispatched Exalt Realm experts, answered the woman. Qin Xie's beautiful brows knit together. A short while later she said, Dispatch all the assassins to the ancient battlefield to receive him. Tell all of them that they must obey him unconditionally upon meeting him, and that includes you. Understand? The woman was stunned, and she spoke instinctively. Why? Qin Xie turned to look at the woman, and it caused her to instantly break out in cold sweat. The woman hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, Anu was mistaken to ask such a question. Qin Xie gazed at the woman called Anu for a short while before she withdrew her gaze, and then she said, Because he's the pavilion master of our assassin's pavilion, understand? The woman was shocked in her heart, and immediately said, Understood. She turned around and left upon speaking those words. In the chamber, Qin Xie stood up and remained silent there for a short while. Suddenly she cracked a smile that was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming at one, and there was even a wisp of a charming smile on the corners of her mouth. She said, Little brother, it has been so long. I really do miss you. You have to return alive, otherwise they'll give you a green hat to wear, and make you unable to rest in your grave. The Sword Sect Sky Hall. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the Sword Sect were gathered here, and that even included the elders who were in closed-door cultivation. Daoist Sui sat at the seat of the host while Su Muzha sat by his side. At this moment the hall was filled with a solemn awe while everyone had an extremely heavy expression on their faces. Daoist Sui stood up and took 2 steps forward before he said, Everyone, I presume you're very clearly aware of the situation that the Sword Sect is in right now. In the last 1,000 years, the Ghost Sect, Origin School, and various other powers have been suppressing us both openly and in secret, and the sect can be said to have fallen into a hopeless situation. The only reason it still exists is because they are worried about Sumuja and I launching a final counterattack before our deaths. Now, my lifespan is almost up. Once I fall, the Origin School, Flower Palace, and Ghost Sect will definitely act against our Sword Sect, and even the Snow Palace and Bright Moon Sect might take advantage of the opportunity as well. Their expressions grew heavier when they heard this. Actually, they were clearly aware of the situation that the Sword Sect was in right now. But they didn't have to worry about it at all because of Taoist Zai's presence. After all, there would be someone to deal with it for them. Yet now, that person was about to be lost. So, the pressure from the other powers had descended onto them instead. The Heaven Path. Meanwhile, Taoist Zai suddenly said, "It's the only way. If I overcome it, then I and the entire Sword Sect will have a chance at survival. Otherwise, the day I perish will be the day the Sword Sect is obliterated." Meanwhile, an elder asked, "Martial uncle, how confident are you in your ability to succeed?" Taoist Zai shook his head and said, "I'm not confident at all. So, I hope that the Sword Sect will lend me a hand." "But what if you fail?" Another elder spoke in a low voice. "This is our only chance." The Sword Sect's master, Sumuja, spoke in a heavy voice. "If we don't give it a try, then the Ghost Sect, Origin School, and Flower Palace will definitely act against our Sword Sect once Martial Uncle perishes. At that time, how will our Sword Sect resist them?" The others here fell silent upon hearing this. Without Taoist Zai's presence, the Ghost Sect, Origin School, and Flower Palace would definitely have nothing to fear. At that time, the Sword Sect would be at their mercy. In other words, Taoist Zai had to try and overcome the Heaven Path. Taoist Zai didn't continue trying to strive for their agreement. He was just notifying all of them about his decision. Because he would still do it even if the Sword Sect wasn't helping him. Had been cultivating for so long, so how could he be willing to return back to the earth just like that? Even though he wasn't confident at all, he still wanted to try in the end. Otherwise, how could he be willing to accept his fate? The meeting came to an end, and the Sword Sect started the string of preparation that was needed. There were a few hundred black-robed profounders hidden throughout a mountain range. This mountain range was a place that had to pass in order to return to the southern territory from the ancient battlefield. So, Yang Yi would definitely pass through this mountain range if he intended to return. Thus, they were prepared to wait for Yang Yi to jump into their trap and give his life to them. The entire group here was made up of experts from the Ghost Sect. Moreover, they hadn't concealed their identities and were wearing the Ghost Sect's uniform. So many of us were actually dispatched just to kill an expert who just advanced into the spirit realm? Isn't elderly thinking too highly of that fellow called Yang Yi? A bald man who had a mole at the corner of his mouth spoke with displeasure while standing at an open space on the mountain range. He had a cultivation at the third rank of the spirit realm but had been ordered here to kill a profounder that had just advanced into the spirit realm. Moreover, had been dispatched here with many others. This made him feel that elderly was punishing him on purpose. You don't underestimate that fellow, Yang Yi. A black-robed middle-aged man by his side spoke in a low voice. Even though he has only just advanced into the spirit realm, even we might not be a match for him. After all, he's the first on the ascension rankings of the Southern Territory, and has comprehended sword intent. Moreover, he's called the Sword Emperor now. I presume his strength definitely exceeds his cultivation. Sword intent? Yu laughed with ridicule and said, "It's merely 4th level sword intent. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, even if he's a cultivator and has become the Sword Emperor, there's no need to dispatch so many of us to kill him, right? There are 32 spirit realm experts here, you know? In the beginning, I thought we were going to kill an Exalt realm expert, yet never had I imagined that we would be here to kill a spirit realm profounder." The middle-aged man frowned yet didn't speak further. Truthfully speaking, he was quite displeased as well. He felt that Elderly was truly making a big deal out of nothing by dispatching such huge forces to kill a single spirit realm profounder. Elderly is really abusing his power for his own personal interests. Even though he was displeased, he didn't dare speak of it. Because the force Elderly commanded in the ghost sect was merely inferior to the sect master. Yet now, the sect master was in closed-door cultivation, so it could be said that Elderly reigned supreme in the ghost sect right now. Ah! Right at this moment, a shrill cry suddenly resounded from within the forest. After that, a second, a third, a fourth. In next to no time, countless shrill and miserable cries had resounded from the forest. Chapter 4:18 I Won't Kill You. Guiyu and the middle-aged man by his side had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces as they gazed at the 30-plus corpses of their fellow disciples lying on the ground. Less than 2 breaths of time had passed since those shrill cries had resounded from these disciples of the ghost sect, and they found the bodies. However, even with such speed, they were still unable to notice who had killed these disciples, and it was even to the extent they hadn't even noticed a shadow. All of these disciples were experts at the peak of the King realm, yet such experts didn't even have the ability to resist before they'd been killed. It's not just one enemy, Guiyu said in a low voice. Gui Hao, you possess extensive knowledge. Have you noticed anything? The middle-aged man called Gui Hao shook his head and said, You're right, it's not just one enemy, but it's impossible to know exactly how many of them there are. Because I've investigated the surroundings and there are no traces at all. There isn't even a trace of aura. But there's one thing I'm sure of, it was assassins who'd killed them, and it was a group of professional assassins. It was the work of professional assassins indeed, Guiyu said. Their methods were extremely sharp and direct. All of them were killed with a single slit at the neck, and these disciples were able to let out shrill cries was probably because they'd done so on purpose. They intend to throw us into disorder and create more opportunities for them to assassinate our forces. Gui Hai remained silent for a long time before he said, Notify all the disciples to form groups of 5 and maintain a vigilant state at all times. Guiyu will go investigate instead. Let me see exactly which power has made a move against our ghost sect. Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from a disciple of the ghost sect who was around 100 m to the right of them. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked and swiftly turned around to look towards the source of the sound. There was a headless disciple there, and blood was spraying like a fountain from his neck. However, the person who killed this disciple of the ghost sect was already gone. All the disciples of the ghost sect felt terrified when they witnessed this scene. A disciple had been killed right beneath their noses, yet they hadn't even caught sight of the culprit's shadow. So, how could they not be horrified? Guiyu and Gui Hao exchanged glances, and they saw a serious expression in each other's eyes. An assassin was so close to them, yet they hadn't noticed at all, and they still hadn't noticed the assassin after a disciple on their side had been killed. At this moment, both of them had become serious. Because the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives here. 10 in a group, and every group must have 2 spirit realm experts. Gui Hao spoke in a deep voice. Every single group must not be more than 60 m away from another. Everyone must maintain full vigilance. Well, move backwards swiftly and leave this forest as soon as possible. At this moment, Gui Hao was very regretful in his heart. He regretted setting up camp in this forest. The forest here was dense, so it was undoubtedly the best spot for assassins to carry out assassinations. After all, there were too many objects to be utilized as cover. If it were on level ground, the assassins would absolutely not dare to act so fearlessly. The other disciples of the ghost sect seemed to understand this principle as well, and they immediately moved backward. On a thick tree, Yiyun gazed at those disciples of the ghost sect who were retreating, and then a wisp of a complacent smile immediately arose on the corners of his mouth. He said, Zhang Lu, it's your time to shine. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the specter set he wore and said, They really are amazing treasures. With this set in my possession, I can even assassinate peak spirit realm experts, right? Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun's figure flashed like a shadow and vanished on the spot. They could still kill these disciples of the ghost sect without the specter sect, but they could absolutely not accomplish it soundlessly, and to the point their enemies couldn't even catch their shadow. The specter set was simply like wings on a tiger to them. Right when Yi Yun had just left, Yan Yi and Nanjing, and those two Exalt Realm assassins had appeared here. When he saw the members of the ghost sect retreat like a receding tide, he said, "Not bad, this leader of the ghost sect isn't an idiot. Unfortunately, it's too late to retreat now. According to my knowledge, you seem to be capable of summoning flying dark beasts. Since it's like that, then why don't you summon them and return directly to the Southern Territory?" And Nanjing said, "Why take all the trouble to kill your way back?" Yan Yi grinned and said, "Don't you think we can take it as a form of training and tempering? Moreover, those fellows who want to kill me aren't aware that I actually really want to kill them as well. Since they've given me such an opportunity and dispatched their members to give their lives away to me, then why shouldn't I kill them? This time, I intend to annihilate every single profounder that has come to kill me." When he spoke up to hear, Yan Yi's expression was icy cold. And Nanjing shook her head and said, "Amongst the sword emperors in history, only you seem to be the most pitiable and have made enemies out of everyone. After all, every single sword emperor of the past has been someone that all the powers fight madly in order to recruit, yet you are one who is being madly pursued by all the powers with the intention to kill. Could it be that you were destined for loneliness and misfortune?" The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched. Since when has she known how to crack jokes? After all, Shed remained silent throughout their journey even if Head tried to start a conversation, and Shed treated him like he didn't exist. Yan Yi disregarded Nanjing's insult, and he turned around to glance at the two black-robed women while a wisp of helplessness flashed through his eyes. In the beginning, he was extremely happy when Embark had sent them with him. After all, wouldn't he be able to kill all his enemies all along the way when he had them by his side? However, reality wasn't as Head expected. Because they were merely responsible for his safety, and they completely disregarded everything else. Simply speaking, they didn't obey him at all. Yan Yi shook his head, suppressed the depression he felt, and then led the three of them forward. At this moment, Gui Hai and Gui Yu had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Because almost another 50 disciples of the ghost sect had perished in a short period of less than 15 minutes. These assassins were really terrifying and shocking. Because they made no sound and had no aura. It was like they weren't alive. It was only possible to notice them and realize there had been someone by one's side at the moment they attacked. Moreover, they swiftly vanished like ghosts once they'd assassinated their targets. So, all the members of the ghost sect were helpless against them. In the beginning, the disciples of the ghost sect were still thinking about revenge. They'd thought of dragging these assassins out once they left the forest, and then they would torture the assassins to death. Yet now, they'd completely lost that thought. Now, they were only thinking about escaping this forest and getting far away from these terrifying assassins. They would absolutely not fear these assassins if it was a head-on battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't. At this moment, they were like prey that were being pursued by hunters, and the only way to survive was to run faster. Actually, death wasn't really terrifying at most times, and it was the process of death which was terrifying. As they watched their companions die in succession, and die in such a strange manner, all the disciples of the ghost sect were truly terrified. Because up until now, they still hadn't noticed even the shadow of their enemies. After around an hour passed, less than 50 members of the ghost sect remained. These 50 were the elites amongst all the forces that had been dispatched from the ghost sect, and most of them were spirit realm experts. In other words, practically all the weaker disciples had been annihilated, and only the elites remained. Yi Yun and the others didn't continue attacking because they were waiting for a good opportunity. After all, most of these 50 experts were at the spirit realm, so while they might be able to assassinate these 50 experts, they were unable to accomplish it without making a sound or leaving a trace behind. So, they were waiting for an opportunity. In any case, it was impossible for these fellows to escape the vast mountain range, right? At this moment, Gui Hai and the others were exercising extremely high vigilance. Every single nerve in their bodies was tense, and even the slightest unusual movement would cause them to attack decisively. At this moment, all of them had cursed Elder Li's entire family all the way up to his ancestors. After all, if he hadn't misused his authority to take revenge on a personal enemy of his, then how could they have possibly come to the ancient battlefield? If they hadn't come here, then how could so many of them had died? Death was fine, but the most laughable part was that they still hadn't been able to figure out who the people killing them were or which power they were from. There was nothing more aggrieving than this. Suddenly, Gui Hao's pupils constricted while a strong feeling of danger suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively flashed over 10 to the side, and had just dodged when a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared where he was standing just now. Moreover, a dagger that was suffused with a ghastly cold glow had arrived along with the black-clothed figure. Eh? The black-clothed person was slightly surprised when it noticed Gui Hao had actually dodged in advance, and then his figure shook slightly before he instantly vanished on the spot and flashed backward. Gui Hao would naturally not let the assassin go. He immediately shouted furiously and charged towards the black-clothed person. The others were slightly stunned, and then they chased after Gui Hao and the black-clothed figure. After so long, the black-clothed figure had finally failed and exposed himself, so how could they let such an opportunity slip by? Earlier, these disciples hadn't been more than 1.5 away from each other in order to take precautions against the assassins. But now, because some disciples had weaker strengths or were weaker when it came to speed, a gap had instantly been formed between them while they chased after the black-clothed figure. Suddenly, the figure of one of the disciples stiffened on the spot. This disciple's eyes were open wide while they were filled with disbelief, and an extremely striking wisp of scarlet red could be seen on his neck. After that, the figure of another froze on the spot. Next, a shocking scene appeared. Numerous black-clothed figures flashed incessantly throughout the surroundings before disciples of the ghost sect fell one by one. In just over 10 breaths of time, only 5 remained from the 50 disciples of the ghost sect. Gui Hao and the others stopped and didn't continue their pursuit. At this moment, how could they be unable to realize that they'd fallen for a trap? The reason that assassin from before had exposed himself was actually to throw them into disorder, split them apart, and kill them. Unfortunately, they'd realized a little too late. Right at this moment, countless black-clothed figures appeared around them. These black-clothed figures surrounded the 5 of them, and then a man and a woman appeared within their fields of vision. "You're Yang Yi!" Gui Hao gazed at the man as he spoke in a heavy voice. Yang Yi said, "Answer a question of mine and I won't kill all of you, all right?" The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched because he didn't believe Yang Yi at all. Chapter 419 Exposed. "What's the question?" Yi Yun and the others didn't believe Yang Yi, but those members of the ghost sect did, and one of the spirit realm experts amongst them had immediately asked this question. At this moment, they had no paths of retreat. Charge out of the encirclement? Was that even possible? So, when they heard what Yang Yi had said, it had undoubtedly become their final shred of hope. "Are there Exalt Realm experts amongst the forces from the Flower Palace and Origin School?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. He had to find out the answer to this question. After all, enemies at the Spirit Realm and King Realm could be given to these brothers of his to temper themselves. However, these brothers of his would only be going to give their lives away if they went against Exalt Realm experts. So, he had to get a clear answer. Meanwhile, Gui Yu suddenly said, "Will you really let us go once we answer your question?" Gui Yu had just finished speaking when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Gui Yu's pupils constricted and was just about to act, but it was already too late. A sword pierced through his chest, and it immediately shattered the internal organs and vitality within him. The expressions of Gui Hao and the others changed, and their eyes were filled with shock and terror as they gazed at Yang Yi, who had returned to where he stood a moment before this. What formidable speed! What formidable sword intent! Yang Yi sheathed his sword and glanced at them before he said, "All of you don't have a choice, understand? Feel free to attack or even detonate yourselves if you want to die. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident in my ability to end your lives before your bodies explode. The profound energy that had just started surging violently within Gui Hao's body had calmed down when he heard this. He would definitely not believe Yang Yi if he hadn't witnessed Gui Ye's death. But at this moment, he believed that Yang Yi could accomplish it because Yang Yi's speed was truly too terrifying. We met the group from the Flower Palace once, but we didn't see any Exalt Realm experts amongst them. Gui Hao spoke in a low voice. Are there really none amongst them? Yang Yi frowned. The higher-ups of the Flower Palace aren't stupid, so they should be aware that dispatching Exalt Realm experts would be the most advisable method to kill me. Or perhaps their higher-ups are really stupid and think that I'm as weak as before? And they can just casually dispatch a few people to kill me? Even though the Flower Palace didn't dispatch any Exalt Realm experts, but the Origin School might have, Gui Hao said. Something major is probably about to happen in the Southern Territory. All the sects have already summoned all their disciples back to their sections. Even though the Flower Palace is one of the 6 great powers, they still don't have many Exalt Realm expert. So it's impossible for them to spare an Exalt Realm expert to deal with you right now. After all, Exalt Realm experts are the backbone of a sect. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and felt that it made sense. The current situation in the Southern Territory was bad, so the Flower Palace definitely intended to keep all its experts within the Southern Territory in order to deal with any sudden incidents. After all, who was he, Yang Yi? He was a mere Spirit Realm Profounder. Would the Flower Palace have to dispatch an Exalt Realm expert in order to deal with a Spirit Realm Profounder like him? They still had a sense of shame. Then why do you think the Origin School might have dispatched an Exalt Realm expert? Asked Yang Yi. Because they had a huge amount of them, Gui Hao said. Moreover, they don't want you back at the Southern Territory. Why not? Yang Yi frowned while he spoke in a puzzled tone. Truthfully speaking, he really didn't understand why the Origin School would dispatch forces to kill him. After all, there wasn't any deep enmity between him and the Origin School. Gui Hao suddenly asked. Would you join the Origin School? Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he came to an understanding. Because he would definitely not join the Origin School, and the Origin School was aware of it. In the Origin School's opinion, they naturally didn't want a genius like Yang Yi to exist in any other sect in the future. Because Yang Yi was very likely to become an enormous threat to the Origin School in the future. Especially when Yang Yi was so close with the Grand Qin Empire right now. So, they naturally didn't want him to return alive. Since they couldn't get him, they didn't want anyone else to get him as well. At this moment, Yang Yi truly felt how domineering and overbearing the extraordinary overlords of the Southern Territory were. One final question, Yang Yi said. Why exactly have the great sects of the Southern Territory suddenly ordered all their disciples to return? Gui Hao shook his head and said, I don't know, because the higher-ups of the sect didn't tell us anything and just ordered us to return before asking us to prepare for battle. However, I feel that it might be related to the Sword Sect. Why? Asked Yang Yi. Because the sect dispatched a huge number of scouts towards the Sword Sect. Gui Hao said in a low voice. Moreover, all of them were at the Spirit Realm or above. It's really related to the Sword Sect. Yang Yi's heart suddenly twitched. He was naturally unconcerned about the Sword Sect's fate, and he was only concerned about Su Qinshi. If something were to happen to the Sword Sect, then with her character, Su Qinshi would definitely live and die with the Sword Sect. So, Yang Yi unconsciously clenched his sword when he heard this. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to immediately fly back to the Sword Sect and take Su Qinshi with him. Yang Yi took a short while to suppress the agitated emotions in his heart. Yang Yi gazed at those disciples of the Ghost Sect and was about to speak when Gui Hao suddenly said, I know that you'll kill us, but I still hope that you'll let us go. Because we can't pose a threat to you. That reason isn't enough, said Yang Yi. Gui Hao laughed bitterly and said, Actually, we never intended to return to the sect after we left it this time. Because once sects enter into war with each other, then insignificant fellows like us will only become cannon fodder. We don't want to die, so we can pledge our loyalty to you if you're willing to let us live. A wisp of gloominess flashed through the depths of Gui Hao's eyes when he spoke up to this point. How could he possibly pledge his loyalty to a spirit realm profounder? Had only resorted to it as a temporary measure to stay alive. He actually wished for nothing more than to kill Yan Yi because Gui Yu was his cousin brother. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to accomplish it, so he could only act in this way to survive. So long as he was alive, then he would have a chance one day. As for whether Yang Yi would agree, he felt that Yang Yi would definitely agree. Because all of them were spirit realm experts, and could anyone avoid being tempted by spirit realm experts who were willing to join his side? Yang Yi glanced indifferently at him and said, "Kill them!" Gui Hao and the others were stunned upon hearing this. This shouldn't be the outcome. Yang Yi should have agreed and asked us to swear our loyalty to him, and then. Unfortunately, that was the end because Yi Yun and the others had attacked. A few dozen assassins had attacked in unison, so Gui Hao and the others didn't even have the opportunity to resist before they'd been killed. "I thought that you would agree," and Nanjing suddenly spoke from the side. "Am I that stupid?" Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, even if Gui Hao and the others were telling the truth, he would still kill them because they'd betrayed the ghost sect today, so they could betray him in the future as well. So, why should he keep such fellows by his side? Moreover, he didn't believe Gui Hao at all. Pledge their loyalty to him? It only sounded good. "You're very decisive," and Nanjing said. "I would have immediately turned around and left if you agreed just now. Because I feel that protecting such an idiot would be an insult to me and a waste of my time. Fortunately, you didn't." Yang Yi shook his head and didn't continue on this topic with the Nanjing because it was meaningless. He turned around to gaze at Yi Yun and said, "Have Ling Jun and Lang Yin returned?" Earlier, had sent the two of them to investigate the Flower Palace and Origin School, and with the strengths that they possessed, they should have returned by now. Yi Yun frowned and said, "They haven't. That's quite strange. With the strengths they possess, they should be able to flee unless they encountered an Exalt Realm expert. Because even peak Spirit Realm experts can't stop them from fleeing. So, since they still haven't returned until now, then there are only two possibilities. The first is that they encountered an Exalt Realm expert, and are never coming back. The second is that they've been delayed by something. You bastard! Only you are never coming back." Right at this moment, Ling Yin's voice suddenly resounded, and then two whistles arose in the air as Ling Jun and Ling Yin appeared here. Yang Yi and the others immediately heaved sighs of relief when they heard Ling Yin. However, Yang Yi frowned when he saw them because both of them were injured. A wisp of scarlet red was extremely conspicuous on Ling Yin's left shoulder, and the wound was a few centimeters deep. On the other hand, Ling Jun's chin was still bleeding, and the wound there was a few centimeters deep as well. If that same wound had been just a few centimeters lower, then Ling Jun would probably not be standing here now. "What exactly happened?" asked Yang Yi in a heavy voice. Because the two of them had actually been reduced to such a state even with the strengths they possessed. Could it have been an Exalt Realm expert? Ling Jun had a solemn expression on his face as he said, "Sword Master, we encountered members of the League of Doom." Yan Yi's heart shook when he heard this and said, "The League of Doom? How many? What realm was their cultivation at?" Ling Jun nodded and said, "We only encountered 3 of them, but it might not be all of them. The weakest amongst them was at the 5th rank of the Spirit Realm. If it weren't for the Spectre set and the top-grade Strider talismans that Sword Master gave us, both I and Ling Yin would have really been unable to return." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he gazed at the 2 women at the Exalt Realm who were constantly standing silently at the side. One of the women shook her head when she saw Yang Yi look towards them, and she said, "The order we received was merely to protect you. Everything else is unrelated to us." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze as he knew he couldn't count on them. "Those 3 assassins have to be eliminated in advance, otherwise it would truly be difficult for me to act in peace. Even Ling Jun and Ling Yin suffered such a huge loss at their hands, so how can the others possibly resist them? But who should I dispatch to kill them? Let me, Shan Lu, Ling Jun, and Lingyin go. Meanwhile, Yiyun suddenly said, "We have a chance against them if we join forces." Ling Jun and Ling Jun nodded to display their agreement because they really wanted to take revenge right now. Right at this moment, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and said, "Sword Master, a large group of profounders are rushing swiftly towards us. We might have been exposed." Chapter 420 Experts from the Flower Palace. Around 15 minutes later, a group of women who wore flowery dresses had arrived where Yang Yi and the others stood just now. There were 200 women in this group, and it was a beautiful woman around the age of 30 plus that was leading this group. "Martial Aunt Feng Jin, we're too late." Another woman over the age of 20 spoke in a low voice from behind the beautiful woman. Feng Jin didn't speak. She took some time to size up the surroundings before she said, "The members of the ghost sect might have been annihilated." The women behind Feng Jin were shocked, and one of them spoke with astonishment. "Martial Aunt, how could that be possible?" There were over 30 spirit realm experts amongst the members of the ghost sect. Especially Gui Hao, even though he was merely a third-rank spirit realm expert, his strength is beyond any doubt. When she spoke up to hear, she seemed to have thought of something and spoke with surprise. Could it be that an Exalt realm expert made a move? Feng Jin didn't speak, and merely her expression had become slightly solemn. Gui Hao was a third-rank spirit realm expert while she was at the fourth rank. So, her strength was slightly superior to Gui Hao. However, since the enemy was capable of annihilating all the disciples of the ghost sect without making a sound, then it proved that the enemy was absolutely at the 6th rank of the spirit realm or above. It was even to the extent that there might be an Exalt realm expert amongst the enemy. When she thought up to this point, Feng Jin stopped hesitating and said, "Immediately utilize a transmission talisman to notify the palace. Ask them to send experts to receive us. Everyone else, abandon any efforts to kill the target and swiftly retreat to the southern territory." She didn't know which power had acted against the ghost sect, but she knew that it was definitely a force related to Yang Yi. Since it was related to Yang Yi, then it represented that the enemy would attack them as well. "Wait," Feng Jin suddenly said. "It'll probably be too late by the time the palace dispatches some experts. Feng Lian, you're the quickest amongst us. Rush towards Jade Cloud Mountain as swiftly as you can and ask the experts of the Origin School who are lying in ambush there to quickly send assistance." The woman called Feng Lian was stunned, and then her figure flashed. She emanated a wave of the sweet fragrance of flowers as she flashed towards the distance. At this moment, all the disciples of the Flower Palace present here had solemn expressions on their faces. The annihilation of the ghost sect's forces was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. After all, even though their overall strength was much greater than the group from the ghost sect, it was absolutely impossible for them to annihilate the entire group from the ghost sect. So, since the enemy could accomplish that, it represented that the enemy's strength far surpassed the ghost sect and far surpassed them as well. Feng Jin was just about to lead the group away when she suddenly looked towards a thick growth of grass. With a wave of her right hand, a small command token had immediately appeared in her hand, and her face instantly turned gloomy when she saw it. She said, "It's the League of Doom. It was they who killed the ghost sect's group. But why would they make a move against the members of the ghost sect?" Right at this moment, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded. All of them were shocked and looked over towards the source of the voice. They saw one of their companions with her eyes wide open, and fresh blood was spraying like a fountain from her neck. The scene was extremely bloody. However, they hadn't even noticed the shadow of the assailant. "The League of Doom!" Feng Jin's expression became slightly ferocious when she witnessed this scene. Even all the 6 great powers weren't willing to offend this organization, but it didn't represent that they feared the League of Doom. Now that the League of Doom had killed a member of the Flower Palace right in front of her, it was equivalent to publicly provoking the Flower Palace. "Utilize a transmission talisman. Tell the palace that we've suffered an attack from the League of Doom. Ask the palace to swiftly dispatch experts over here." Even though flames of rage were surging within her, she hadn't lost her mind. She wasn't afraid of the League of Doom if they were to fight in a head-on battle. Unfortunately, the enemy was a group of assassins that would never fight her in the open. "Martial Aunt, what should we do now?" A woman by Feng Jin's side spoke in a low voice. Feng Jin looked up into the sky to determine the time, and then her heart sank. Because it was about to become dark. Once the veil of night descended, it would undoubtedly be even more beneficial to the assassins. "Everyone, stay highly vigilant. Gather together to form the 100-flower formation and wait until daytime arrives." Feng Jin didn't ask them to retreat because retreating now was undoubtedly equivalent to courting death. All of them didn't dare hesitate upon hearing her, and the profound energy within their bodies surged out while they moved their hands about. Numerous thin expanses of energy instantly appeared here, and then they swiftly joined together under the control of all the Flower Palace's disciples. In next to no time, an enormous barrier of flower petals had been formed, and it enveloped all of them within it. The 100-flower formation was a comparatively renowned formation within the Flower Palace, and it could be utilized for both offense and defense. When utilized for offense, those petals would instantly surge forward like raindrops, and it was almost impossible to evade. When it was utilized for defense, then it would be in the form it was currently in. It would form an energy barrier that would even resist the full-force attack of an Exalt Realm expert if it was provided with sufficient profound energy. At the side of a large tree that was 300 m away from them, Yang Yi frowned when he gazed at the petal barrier. Obviously, he hadn't expected that they were actually able to form a formation. In this way, it would be quite difficult to continue assassinating them. The members of the Flower Palace were existences that he was determined to kill, and that was an unquestionable fact. However, the problem was how to kill them while paying the smallest price. "Swordmaster, they've already notified the Flower Palace, so their backup will be here in a few hours at most. We'll probably have no chance to kill them if we can't kill them in a short time. It's even to the extent that we might even fall into a dangerous situation." Yiyun spoke in a low voice while standing by Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, "Order the brothers to set up an ambush in the surroundings and prepare themselves. It'll destroy their formation at the later hours of the night. All of them must be killed no matter what." "Yes," Yiyun responded before he withdrew himself. "Why don't you destroy their formation right now?" And Nanjing suddenly said, "Why waste time here?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "They're highly vigilant right now and possess sufficient profound energy. So, they'll definitely counterattack with all they have if I were to destroy the formation right now. At that time, there will be huge casualties amongst my forces. If I wait until the later hours of the night, then the profound energy within their bodies would have been mostly exhausted. Wouldn't it be better to destroy the formation then? You really are considerate of them." And Nanjing spoke indifferently. "We're all the same," Yang Yi said. "They shoulder a huge debt of blood, and so do I. They're only following me for a single reason, and it's because they hope that it'll lead them to take revenge. They trust me, so how can I let them down?" And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and didn't speak further. All of this was meaningless to her. Besides the agreement she had with Yang Yi, the only other reason why she had followed him to the southern territory was because she wanted to fight him. If Yang Yi was weak, or she felt that he wasn't qualified to be her opponent, then she would leave without the slightest hesitation. In her opinion, the path of cultivation was everything. And Nanjing didn't like talking while Yang Yi didn't like getting himself ignored, so he immediately sat down cross-legged and rested his back on a tree. Just like that, time passed by slowly, and it wasn't long before it was late into the night. The night sky was completely clear tonight, and the entire mountain range was pitch black. There was only gentle light flickering like moonlight from where the members of the Flower Palace resided. Even though it was the later hours of the night, those disciples of the Flower Palace didn't show any signs of being sleepy. All of them were fully concentrated as they worked hard to maintain the formation. Feng Jin sat cross-legged at the center. Even though her eyes were closed slightly, her senses were fixed on the surroundings at all times, and she would notice even the slightest movement. The Flower Palace was aware of the situation they faced, so if nothing unexpected occurred, then the experts from the Flower Palace would be on the way by now. Only another 2 hours are needed at most before our reinforcements will arrive. In other words, we only have to hold on for another 2 hours. She was very confident in their ability to hold on for 2 more hours with the 100-flower formation protecting them. Step! 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 Suddenly, light sounds of footsteps suddenly resounded in the deathly silent forest. The disciples of the Flower Palace were shocked, and then they looked over to the source of the sound and saw a young man around the age of 20 walking slowly towards them. The young man was none other than Yang Yi. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived in front of them, and he gazed at the flickering formation as he said, "This is the 100-flower formation. It seems quite formidable. Is it really capable of resisting the full-force attack of an Exalt Realm expert?" He seemed to be asking them yet seemed to be talking to himself as well. Actually, he wasn't really confident in his ability to deal with this formation. After all, it was created by a few dozen Spirit Realm expert and over 100 King Realm experts. Feng Jin suddenly said, "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi, who was about to attack, was stunned, and he said, "You recognize me?" A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through her eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi, and she said, "You look very similar to senior sister Feng Yu. Especially your eyes, they are simply like exact copies. You know my mother." Yang Yi took a few more steps forward and spoke in a heavy voice. "She's my senior sister." There was a complicated expression in Feng Jin's eyes as she said, "All those years ago, I joined the Flower Palace with her. Her natural talent was much better than mine, and she quickly became an inner court disciple. But I never expected that she would get to know your father after she became an inner court disciple. Moreover, she fell in love with him, and even betrayed the palace for him. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. I never imagined that her child would have grown up by now." As she finished speaking, Feng Jin gazed at Yang Yi while traces of gentleness suffused her gaze, and it was like she was looking at a junior. "How is my mother?" The woman in front of him knew his mother, and even seemed to have a good relationship with his mother, so Yang Yi's voice had unconsciously eased up and wasn't that icy cold anymore. "I don't know." Feng Jin shook her head and said, "She's being kept at a secret place, and only certain members of the palace can approach that place." A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he heard this. Flower Palace! Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Feng Jin, who was seated cross-legged at the center of the formation, had suddenly vanished, and she left an afterimage behind as she instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, a sword that emanated a cold glow had stabbed Yang Yi's chest. Chapter 421. The situation is bad. At the moment Shed laid eyes on Yang Yi, Feng Jin had decided that she would destroy the leader first. Yang Yi's appearance had allowed her to verify the thoughts she had, and it was that Yang Yi was controlling everything from the shadows. As for why the members of the League of Doom had helped Yang Yi, she didn't know the answer, and she only knew that her opportunity had arrived. So long as she was able to take control of Yang Yi, then she could take control of the entire situation. So, Shed intentionally spoken about Feng Yu so that Yang Yi would put down his guard. Sure enough, Shed succeeded. At the instant that the top of her sword had stabbed on Yang Yi's chest, a wisp of a complacent smile couldn't help but appear on the corners of Feng Jin's mouth. However, her smile had frozen in next to no time because she noticed that it felt as if Shed stabbed a piece of heaven-rank iron. Feng Jin was stunned for a moment, and then she completely disregarded her shock, withdrew her sword, and intended to retreat. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had moved forward and instantly arrived in front of her before he directly grabbed a hold of her throat. Feng Jin was shocked, and the profound energy within her body was just about to surge when Yang Yi's right knee suddenly smashed upward against her stomach. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Feng Jin's eyes opened wide because her dantian had been shattered. "Did you really think I'm that stupid?" Yang Yi said while he held her by the throat. Even though your acting was very good and even made me think you were a friend of my mother's in the beginning, unfortunately, I, Yan Yi, am not that stupid to actually believe you. Just think about it, would the Flower Palace dispatch a good friend of my mother's to kill me? Moreover, even though you've been constantly forcing yourself to seem very amiable on the surface, I sense traces of killing intent from you. Perhaps you don't know, but my sword intent is slaughter sword intent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi didn't care about what she wanted to say, and he exerted a little force with his palm. Crack! Feng Jin's neck was instantly broken. He would have definitely been unable to kill her with such ease if Shed fought him head-on. Unfortunately, Shed tried to play tricks on him, and that just happened to give him a chance. She was trying to make him lower his guard, yet she didn't realize that he was making her lower her guard as well, and the moment her sword struck him was precisely that moment. Yi Yun and the others who were hiding in the shadows instantly heaved sighs of relief upon seeing Feng Jin die. Earlier, they'd almost charged out from their hiding places. However, they'd suppressed that impulse of theirs out of their confidence in Yan Yi. Sure enough, Yan Yi hadn't disappointed them. At the same time that they heaved sighs of relief, their admiration and respect towards Yan Yi had grown slightly greater as well. Because an attack that carried the full strength of a fourth-rank spirit realm expert had actually been unable to harm Yan Yi at all. Moreover, that same expert had been killed with a single counterblow from Yan Yi. Besides that woman, and Nanjing, there's probably no one below the Exalt realm who can go against him. Yan Yi was unaware that just this small matter had caused his prestige in their hearts to improve greatly. The other members of the Flower Palace were still stunned on the spot, and they seemed to be unable to accept Feng Jin's death. Feng Jin was a fourth-rank spirit realm expert. But Shed actually been instantly annihilated just like that. It wasn't long before those disciples of the Flower Palace had recovered from their shock, and the first thing they did upon recovering their shock wasn't trying to take revenge on Yan Yi, and it was to flash towards the surroundings instead. Since Yan Yi could annihilate Feng Jin in an instant, then he could do the same to them. Not to mention that the 100-flower formation had been undone because Feng Jin had left it. So, if they were to continue staying there, then the only fate that awaited them was to be assassinated by those terrifying assassins who seemed like ghosts. On the other hand, they would still have a chance at survival if they fled. Once one fled, there was a second, and then the other disciples who'd originally intended to fight desperately to the death had given up on that thought, and started to flee as well. Yan Yi shook his head while he watched these disciples of the Flower Palace flee towards the surroundings. He didn't pursue them because there would naturally be someone else to pursue them. If these disciples of the Flower Palace had chosen to continue staying united, then it would be extremely troublesome to kill them. Unfortunately, they just had to choose to split up and flee on their own, so wasn't this equivalent to providing Yi Yun and the others an opportunity to assassinate them? How could these disciples of the Flower Palace go against Yi Yun and the others while beneath the veil of night? It wasn't long before countless shrill cries resounded through the night sky. Your physical body seems to have become much stronger. Meanwhile, a Nanjing had suddenly arrived by Yang Ye's side. At this moment, Yi Yun and the others had gone to pursue those disciples of the Flower Palace, so only Yang Yi and a Nanjing remained here. As for those two assassins at the Exalt realm, Yang Yi didn't know where they'd gone. Yang Yi smiled and was just about to speak when both his and Nanjing's expressions had changed slightly at the same time. Two black-clothed figures appeared in front of them without making a single sound, and then two pitch-black daggers shot swiftly like bolts of lightning towards their necks. Bang! The dagger in the hand of that black-clothed figure in front of Nanjing hadn't even arrived in front of her neck when had been kicked flying, and then he collided with a large tribe before crashing to the ground. This black-clothed figure was horrified in his heart because he noticed that the bones within his entire body seemed to have fallen apart, and he wasn't even able to arouse an ounce of strength. After she kicked that black-clothed figure flying, Nanjing looked at Yang Yi. At this moment, the battle on Yang Ye's side had come to an end as well. There was a dagger on Yang Ye's neck, but it hadn't even been able to break through his skin. On the other hand, a sword was stuck in the left shoulder of the black-clothed figure in front of him, while blood was ceaselessly flowing down from the wound. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say anything. His physical body seems to be a little too strong now. What a waste. Yang Yi thought to himself as he gazed at the black-clothed figure in front of him. Because at the instant the assassin had failed, no, it should be said that the assassin had taken his own life when Yang Yi's sword had stabbed his shoulder. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and kicked the black-clothed figure away. He didn't look at the other black-clothed figure because Nanjing wouldn't be standing here if that assassin hadn't taken his own life as well. These are the assassins of the so-called League of Doom? Nanjing glanced at the corpse of the assassin in front of Yang Yi and said, "Their movement technique isn't bad, but their strengths are too inferior. They aren't just a little bit weaker when compared to the assassins of the Yin clan. Their strengths are already very good in the Southern Territory," Yang Yi said. "Moreover, it isn't that they are weak, and it's actually because we're too strong. Or perhaps, it was because they underestimated their enemies. They felt that we were only ordinary spirit realm profounders, so they didn't use their full strength." And Nanjing shook her head and said, "You should feel fortunate because you haven't seen a true assassin. Even though these assassins by your side aren't bad, they are truly too inferior when compared to those assassins of the Yin clan." Yang Yi believed in Nanjing because she disdained to lie. Besides that, had personally witnessed the strength of that black-clothed woman by Embark's side. She was even able to instantly assassinate a monarch realm expert, so how could she possibly be weak? Moreover, these two Exalt realm assassins by his side had addressed the woman as master. So, in other words, it was very likely that the assassins of the Yin clan were fostered by her. How could the assassins fostered by such a terrifying assassin be weak? I'm really curious. Exactly what is the relationship between you and the Southern Yin clans, Madam? Yang Yi suddenly asked this question, and had been wanting to ask her about it for a long time. "It's none of your business." And Nanjing glanced indifferently at Yang Yi before she turned around and left. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, and then he shook his head and smiled. It's still quite difficult to get along with her. However, he didn't mind at all, and it was fine as long as she was strong. Even though that black-clothed figure had tried to assassinate him just now, had been constantly paying attention to Nanjing, and had noticed that her strength seemed to have improved again. No, to be more precise, it seemed like Nanjing's strength was improving incessantly every single day. She really is a huge source of pressure. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Needless to say, it felt quite good to have such a formidable opponent. Because such an opponent would motivate him incessantly and make him feel pressured at all times, and then he would urgently desire to become stronger and stronger at all times. At this moment, he really looked forward to the battle between him and Nanjing. A black shadow flashed, and then Yiyun appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yiyun was stunned when he saw the corpses on the ground, and then he said, "Swordmaster, they attacked you?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "How is it on your side?" Yiyun suppressed the shock in his heart and answered, "They'd been practically annihilated. The remaining few are quite fast, but it isn't a problem because our brothers are already in pursuit. I believe it won't be long before our brothers will return with their heads." Sure enough, a few black-clothed figures flashed over from afar and arrived in front of Yang Yi. One of them said to Yang Yi with excitement, "Swordmaster, I killed a spirit realm profounder. Look, this is that profounder's head." As he spoke, he displayed a bloody head to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled as he gazed at the young man. Yang Yi knew this young man. His name was Qin Shan, and he was a king realm profounder. The reason the young man was so happy was mainly because surmounting one's cultivation to assassinate a profounder at a higher realm of cultivation represented a form of glory amongst all of them. After all, less than 10 of the 100-plus assassins that made up their group were able to accomplish that. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to pat the young man on the shoulder, and then he flipped his palm. 5 top-grade energy stones and 10 top-grade Strider talismans appeared in his hand as he said, "This is your reward." The others immediately revealed expressions of envy when they witnessed this scene. Because such a reward was truly too tempting. After all, they might have been unable to earn even a single top-grade energy stone after completing a year of missions in the past. Yet now, they could obtain such generous rewards for just surmounting their realm of cultivation to kill a profounder who was at a higher realm of cultivation. At this moment, all of them urgently desired to look for a spirit realm expert to transform into their target. Qin Shan stored his rewards with slight excitement, and then he said, "Thank you, Sword Master." Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when those two black-clothed women and Bairus sent along with him had suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them spoke in a low voice. "If you don't want your companions to die, then ask them to leave this place swiftly. There are 3 Exalt Realm experts rushing over here right now." The hearts of Yang Yi and the others immediately sank when they heard this. Chapter 422 Battle against an Exalt Realm Expert. Everyone retreat and conceal yourselves. Don't allow yourselves to be discovered. Yang Yi made a prompt decision. Because an Exalt Realm Expert wasn't someone that Yi Yun and the others could go against. They nodded, and then their figures flashed and vanished beneath the night sky. "Seniors, what ranks of cultivation are those 3 Exalt Realm Experts at?" asked Yang Yi. The woman on the left, Qin, was about to answer him when the woman on the right, Hong, spoke coldly before she could. "We can't tell you that." Yang Yi frowned, and then his gaze gradually turned cold as he gazed at them. After a short while, he suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "I can take the reason both of you didn't help earlier as being uninterested in enemies at the spirit realm. But now, Exalt Realm experts have appeared, yet you still refuse to lend a hand. But not only do you refuse to help, you even refuse to reveal information related to them. So, is there any point in having the 2 of you by my side?" In the beginning, he was rather happy when he had 2 Exalt Realm experts by his side. But all along the way, the 2 of them hadn't had any intention to help him at all. Moreover, he had a feeling that they were slightly hostile towards him, especially the woman called Hong. "The orders we received was to protect you. So, we won't lend a hand unless your life is in danger." Hong spoke in a cold voice. "All right." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Since it's like that, then both of you can return to Ancient Domain City. I don't need your protection." Yang Yi wasn't being impulsive, and it was actually because he truly couldn't bear the sight of them. Exalt Realm experts and especially Exalt Realm assassins were a huge help indeed. But what was the point of keeping them by his side if they refused to do anything for him? Since they refused to cooperate, then they could just fuck off. Hong and Qing were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would speak such words. After all, Yang Yi was in a very bad situation right now. He actually dares to make 2 Exalt Realm assassins like us leave while he's in such a situation? Is he alright in the head? And Nanjing nodded while she revealed an expression of praise. "Indeed. The strong really shouldn't rely on others. Truthfully speaking, I've wanted to fight an Exalt Realm expert for a long time." Yang Yi rolled his eyes. She really is mad for battle. If these 2 women weren't too proud and refused to help at all, then how could I have possibly asked them to leave? "What do you mean by that?" Hong's voice had become cold. "Nothing at all," Yang Yi said. "I just don't need your protection, so you can return to Ancient Domain City right now." "You're courting death," said Hong in a low voice. Yang Yi said indifferently, "That's my problem." Hong's eyes narrowed slightly and flickered with a cold glow. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Even though I'm slightly discontent with the 2 of you, you're still one of her own, so I don't want to become enemies with the 2 of you. So, let's part peacefully, alright?" Actually, he didn't have a really bad impression of them, and he was just irritated because they refused to help him at all. So, since they couldn't work together, it was best to part ways and avoid arousing displeasure towards each other. "You'll regret this." Hong glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then she led Qin away. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Nanjing and said, "We're practically matchless in the spirit realm. Since it's like that, why don't we fight Exalt Realm experts instead? That's for the best." And Nanjing spoke flatly. Yang Yi grinned while his eyes were filled with battle intent as well. Only by being constantly in battle could one surpass one's limits incessantly. He wasn't confident in his ability to defeat an Exalt Realm expert, but he wanted to give it a try. Moreover, he wanted to see exactly how great the gap between him and an Exalt Realm expert was. Yan Yi and Nanjing left the spot they were at. Even though they had the courage to fight Exalt Realm experts, they weren't idiots. There were 3 Exalt Realm experts amongst the enemy. Even if one of them was the martial god and the other was the Sword Emperor, they still didn't have the ability to fight a 2-on-3 battle. After all, experts of the Exalt Realm were part of the upper levels of the entire continent. They were extraordinary existences even in the Central Territory. When Yang Yi and Nanjing had just left the spot, Qing and Hong had appeared here once more. Big sister, they actually really intend to challenge Exalt Realm experts. Could it be that they don't know how terrifying such experts are? After all, Exalt Realm experts have touched the profundities of space and are able to utilize some space-related techniques. Moreover, the physical bodies of Exalt Realm experts are practically at a state where it's extremely difficult to harm them. They are courting death. Hong spoke in a low voice. As Exalt Realm experts, they naturally knew how terrifying Exalt Realm experts were. It was undoubtedly a dream for a Spirit Realm expert to surmount a realm of cultivation and fight an Exalt Realm expert. Because the gap between these realms could really be described as being like the gap between the heavens and the earth. If Yan Yi and Nanjing were at the peak of the Spirit Realm, then Qing and Hong might believe the 2 of them possessed the strength to go against Exalt Realm experts. However, what were their current realms of cultivation? One was at the 1st rank of the Spirit Realm while the other was at the 2nd rank. Qing suddenly said, "Big sister, are we really going back to Ancient Domain City?" Hong shook her head. She naturally didn't dare to act in such a way. After all, it was an order that Embark herself had given. She knew that Madame An's intentions were probably to make them help Yan Yi. However, she couldn't figure out why their madam would order the 2 of them to help a Spirit Realm profounder. His natural talent isn't bad, and he's even the 1st on the Hidden Dragon rankings. But even then, he isn't worthy of making us sisters become his bodyguard. Shed felt quite uncomfortable in her heart when she received this mission, so she'd been only watching coldly from the side all along the way and hadn't lent a hand. But she hadn't expected that while she didn't like Yang Yi didn't like her as well, and this made her even more displeased. A short while later, Hong said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see. He'll regret his decision once he fights with that Exalt Realm expert. At that time, it'll make him beg us to stay." Qing was just about to say something when she suddenly frowned, and then she gazed towards the distance and said, "Big sister, the 3 of them are here. Let's go." Their figures flashed and vanished beneath the night sky. Around an eighth of an hour later, 3 beautiful women arrived at the spot that Yang Yi and the others had been standing at earlier, and their faces immediately turned gloomy when they saw the corpses that covered the ground. "Senior Sister Fengli, we're too late." A woman with an oval-shaped face spoke in a heavy voice to the woman in the lead. The woman called Fengli had a gloomy expression as she walked towards the corpses of those disciples from the Flower Palace. When she noticed that all of them had died from a single slit of the throat, Fengli was sure that it was the League of Doom's work because this was how their assassins usually killed. She immediately said in a cold voice, "The League of Doom! You actually dared to openly attack disciples of my Flower Palace? This enmity is irreconcilable. Feng Dai, notify the palace that were confirmed it was the League of Doom's doing. Ask the palace to drench a few outposts of the League of Doom with blood." The woman called Feng Dai nodded, and then she withdrew a high-grade transmission talisman and notified the Flower Palace. "Senior sister, I think that there's something strange about this." Meanwhile, the other woman spoke in a low voice. Fengli frowned and said, "Feng Xiao, what's strange about it? Feng Jin had already notified us that it was the League of Doom that attacked them. Now even you've seen it. If it wasn't the League of Doom, then who could have killed them without making a sound? Just look at them, they were either killed with a single strike to the throat or heart. Isn't that the usual method that the League of Doom utilizes to kill? But senior sister, have you considered how our Flower Palace and the League of Doom has always stayed out of each other's business? Why would they act against our disciples? Why would they act against our flower palace? Asked Feng Xiao. Feng Li thought for a moment, and felt that her words made sense. Right at this moment, Feng Dai suddenly said, "Look over there." The two of them looked over and saw that two corpses were lying there, and those corpses were covered by black robes, causing their appearances to be hidden. The three of them flashed over and arrived before the corpses, and then Feng Li waved her right hand. A strand of strange wind blew over and instantly blasted apart the black cloth that covered the corpse's face to reveal its appearance. They didn't recognize the person, but it wasn't long before the daggers and command tokens on the waist of those corpses had instantly drew their attention. Feng Li immediately laughed coldly upon noticing this and said, "Feng Xiao, you have nothing to say now, right?" Feng Xiao wanted to say something, but she immediately sighed in her heart upon noticing Feng Li's expression. She shook her head and didn't speak again. She was clearly aware of how stubborn this senior sister of hers was, and so long as her senior sister firmly believed something, then her senior sister would persist on it until the end. Moreover, she would persist on it even if she knew that it was wrong. So, Feng Xiao didn't say anything. Feng Li glanced coldly towards the surroundings and said, "It wasn't long since they died. In other words, the members of the League of Doom are still hidden in the surroundings. Let's split up to search for them. Kill any members of the League of Doom that you see." Feng Dai suddenly said, "What about Yang Yi? He's just an ant at the spirit realm." Feng Li laughed coldly and said, "How difficult could it be to kill him? Just ignore him for now and let him live for a few more days. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him once we're done with the League of Doom." Feng Dai and Feng Xiao, and then both their figures flashed towards different directions. After they left, Feng Li's figure vanished on the spot as well. Right after the three of them left, a wave of energy fluctuations suddenly arose from a large tree that was around 600 m away from them, and then a black-robed man walked out slowly from behind that tree. He flipped his right hand and a high-grade transmission talisman appeared in his palm, and then he exerted a little force to crush it before he said, "The Flower Palace has dispatched 3 Exalt Realm experts. For some unknown reason, they've attacked our forces. Ling Lu and Ling Yi are both dead, and the assassination was a failure. Please provide further instructions." After he sent the transmission, his figure shook lightly and vanished on the spot. 4 hours later, the sky had turned bright. Feng Li's divine sense swept out in midair as she searched incessantly. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and then her figure flashed swiftly towards an open area on the ground below her, and she descended on the ground after a mere breath of time. "I've been waiting for you." Yan Yi stood just a little over 30 m in front of Feng Li, and he turned around while a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 423 Spatial Cage. Yan Yi's hands had become a pair of dragon claws, and he held the extremely hard dragon bone sword in his claw. Yan Yi gazed at Feng Li with a faint smile on his face while a glow of excitement flickered in the depths of his eyes. How could he not feel excited when he was about to fight an Exalt Realm expert? In the past, Exalt Realm experts were far beyond his reach, and they were existences that he had to look up to. Because Exalt Realm experts were practically the top experts of the Southern Territory. After all, the Monarch Realm experts in the Southern Territory mostly consisted of old geezers who lived in seclusion, and they practically never showed themselves to the world. So, when Monarch Realm experts remained in seclusion, the Exalt Realm experts were matchless existences. Now Yang Yi was about to fight such an expert which he had to look up to in the past. He felt no fear or awe, and all he did feel was excitement and happiness. "You're Yang Yi!" Feng Li spoke in a low voice. At the same time, her divine sense swept out to search the surroundings. Because it was clear to her that Yang Yi had been waiting for her. However, Yang Yi was merely a spirit realm expert. So, since he dared to wait here for her without a shred of fear, then she believed that Yang Yi definitely possessed some sort of trump card or had set up an ambush. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. He relied on the enormous counterforce and the rapid shift technique inscribed within the dragon shoes to vanish on the spot. He left a seemingly real afterimage behind, while his figure had torn through the air and caused a sonic boom as he instantly arrived in front of Feng. Slaughter Sword Intent sprayed out without being held back at all, and Dragonbone carried a strand of violet light as it instantly stabbed towards Feng's chest. Yan Yi naturally had no interest in talking with her before the battle. After all, was there anything to say between them? Today, only one of them would be walking away alive. And since it was like that, then what was the point of wasting his breath? It was best to just attack. Yan Yi had immediately utilized his full strength when he attacked because he didn't dare act carelessly at all while facing an Exalt Realm expert. Feng's face fell when she saw that head actually launched an attack against her, and then she laughed coldly and said, "An ant like you dares." "Eh? Slaughter Sword Intent? 7th level Slaughter Sword Intent? Good speed, good sword intent, but that's all." Yan Yi's speed was extremely swift, and it was swift to his limits, but it was still quite slow in Feng's eyes. Because Exalt Realm experts had a slight grasp of space-related techniques. Moreover, she'd seen even swifter existences, so she'd gotten accustomed to such speed. Thus, Yan Yi's speed seemed quite slow in her eyes. At this moment, the gap between their cultivations was clearly revealed. Even though she'd clearly noticed the trajectory of Yan Yi's sword, Feng hadn't chosen to go head-on against it because even she didn't dare disregard a sword that carried 7th level Slaughter Sword Intent. Feng's figure suddenly dodged to the side when the tip of Yan Yi's sword was about to reach her chest, and she'd barely avoided his attack. She was just about to seize this opportunity to attack, but Yan Yi's sword's trajectory had suddenly changed right at the moment she'd avoided it, and it swept towards the right in an extremely natural manner. This sudden change in the trajectory of his sword wasn't stiff or disharmonious at all, and it was extremely natural. It was like he knew that Feng would dodge to that side. Feng's expression had finally changed. Even though Yan Yi had merely changed the trajectory of his sword, she was very clearly aware of what it meant. After all, it was very difficult to change the trajectory of a strike that was already completed. It was like a person that was dashing forward madly. Was it possible for that person to suddenly turn around? Swish! Yan Yi's sword was accompanied by a sharp whistle as it directly passed through Feng's body. However, it had merely passed through an afterimage. Yan Yi's expression didn't change at all when this happened. Because he felt that she wouldn't be worthy of being an Exalt Realm expert if he was able to injure her with such ease. After his first attack missed, Yan Yi didn't hesitate at all to spin his wrist as swiftly stabbed behind him. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. Yan Yi's claws felt numb while the enormous force that came from Dragonbone caused him to move a few steps forward. Had just stopped moving when Feng's figure had appeared in front of him, and then his pupils constricted because he noticed that it was like an invisible barrier had appeared around him and enveloped him within it. It caused him to be unable to move at all. This is a spatial cage, and it can only be utilized at the Exalt Realm. Those that haven't comprehended the profundities of space are unable to break through it, and this is the gap between the Exalt Realm and Spirit Realm. Understand? Feng's ridiculing voice suddenly resounded by his ears, and then a sword stabbed towards his chest. At the instant that her sword had just touched his chest, the ridicule on the corners of her mouth had stiffened, while Yan Yi laughed coldly. "I understand now." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of flames surged out explosively from within him, and then it swept towards the surroundings. The flames seemed to have been obstructed as it swept out, yet it merely stopped for an instant before a light explosion resounded. It was like something had been blasted apart, and then the flames instantly swept towards the surroundings. In just an instant, an area of 30 m around Yan Yi had been enveloped by the flames. On the other hand, Feng was over 40 m away, and her eyes instantly revealed a savage glow when she noticed that a corner of her flowery dress had been burned off. She was a dignified first-rank Exalt Realm expert, yet she'd actually almost been injured by an ant at the first rank of the Spirit Realm. What an utter humiliation! How would I possibly be able to hold my head up high in the Southern Territory if news of this spreads? The rage in her eyes died down slightly when she raised her head and looked at the flames, and then it turned into a slightly heavy expression instead. With her experience and knowledge, she had naturally been able to discern that those flames were no ordinary flames, and they should be a natural treasure of legend. When she thought of the words natural treasure, a trace of greed arose in her eyes. Right at this moment, the flames suddenly retracted backward. In next to no time, they transformed into a small ball of flames that floated in front of Yan Yi. At this moment, Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face as well. If it wasn't for his physical defense and the nether ghost flame, then he would be dead now. The gap between the exalt realm and spirit realm is truly like the gap between the heavens and the earth. You've truly surprised me. Feng Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though you're merely at the spirit realm, your physical body is comparable to an exalt realm dark beast, and you even possess a natural treasure of legend. Moreover, you've comprehended slaughter sword intent. There's no one amongst the spirit realm profounders of the Southern Territory who can match your strength. However, don't even think that you can challenge and exalt. Feng Li didn't continue because Yan Yi had already arrived in front of her. Yan Yi really hated it when people mouthed off during battle. After all, they were in a life-and-death battle, so what was the point of saying all of that? He would definitely start talking if it could improve his strength, but the problem was that it couldn't. Since it couldn't, then what was the point of it? In Yan Yi's opinion, it was useless. So, head directly attacked because attacking was meaningful to him. Feng Li's face fell because Yan Yi's actions were undoubtedly a form of disregard. Not a single person in the world liked the feeling of being disregarded, and Feng Li was no exception. She was truly infuriated this time. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Li had just finished speaking when she suddenly noticed to her astonishment that a pair of enormous wings had swiftly appeared behind Yan Yi's back, and then Yan Yi vanished on the spot. An indescribable feeling of danger suddenly surged into Feng Li's heart, and she instinctively dodged to the side. However, it was still a little late, and a sword that was covered in flames flashed past her left shoulder and caused a strand of blood to instantly spray from it. Yan Yi stopped moving and didn't follow up with another attack while he shook his head with regret. Had utilized the ninth Hell-Cold Gale to launch a surprise attack against her, yet had still been unable to kill her. As expected of an Exalt Realm expert, Feng Li's expression was unsightly to the extreme. She hadn't expected that she would actually be injured by an ant at the spirit realm. A dignified Exalt Realm expert like her had actually been injured by a spirit realm profounder. It was an utter humiliation. She could already imagine how outsider or her rivals in the Flower Palace would taunt, ridicule, and even humiliate her if they found out about this. Feng Li's expression gradually became ferocious. However, she didn't allow her rage to overcome her senses. She shot her gaze towards the pair of wings on Yan Yi's back, and dense shock appeared in her eyes as she said, "Two natural treasures! 2 natural treasures! How could this be possible? How could you possibly possess 2 natural treasures?" She had never heard of anyone within the Southern Territory possessing such a divine treasure of legend, and she had merely read about it in the records of her sect. Yet now, she hadn't just laid eyes upon a natural treasure, she had even seen 2 at the same time. A single person actually possessed 2 natural treasures, and it was even in the possession of a spirit realm profounder. Would anyone even believe it if they heard about it? Yan Yi didn't answer her, of course. He issued a command in his heart, and 200 swords shot into the sky while emanating a violet glow, and then they shot rapidly towards Feng Li. At the same time, the 9th Hell Sword wings behind Yan Yi's back flapped swiftly, and he left a string of afterimages behind as he instantly arrived in front of Feng Li. After that, the nether ghost flame suddenly erupted and swept swiftly towards the surroundings with a shocking impetus. Feng Li's pupils constricted. She didn't dare act carelessly at all, and she immediately moved her right hand forward and clenched it as she suddenly shouted, "Spatial cage!" As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Yi's sword formation and the nether ghost flame had stopped in midair, as if they'd been trapped by something. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of her mouth when she saw this. Exalt realm experts didn't have to utilize any shocking combat techniques or abilities when facing Spirit Realm Profounders because just a spatial cage would be sufficient to render a Spirit Realm Profounder helpless. Yan Yi was an exception to this rule. However, she felt that it was impossible for even Yan Yi to break through this spatial cage of hers because she had executed it in a serious manner this time, and not casually like she had done before. This time, the spatial cage she created was at least 10 times stronger than the last one. So, unless Yan Yi had attained the Exalt realm, otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the barriers of her spatial cage. At this moment, Yan Yi's furious shout suddenly resounded through the surroundings. Sword Domain! Chapter 424 Sword Domain. As soon as Yan Yi spoke, an indescribable and strange energy surged into appearance in an area of 30 m around Yan Yi and Feng Li. Along with the appearance of this energy, the spatial cage Feng Li created had been instantly destroyed, and the swords and nether ghost flame which had been trapped by Feng Li earlier carried terrifying strength as they instantly arrived before her. However, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Feng Li when they were just about to come into contact with her, and it obstructed the swords and the nether ghost flame again. At this moment, Feng Li was surprised and astounded. She was surprised because Yan Yi had actually comprehended the sword domain of legend. My God! It's the sword domain. After all, throughout the history of the Southern Territory, only the sword sect's founding ancestor had comprehended it. Yet now, this fellow, Yan Yi, who was only around 20 years of age, had actually comprehended it as well. If it hadn't occurred right before her eyes, then she would never believe that such a thing was true. She is astounded because if she hadn't executed another ability unique to Exalt Realm experts, Spatial Barrier, then she would probably be dead now. Even though Feng Li hated Yan Yi, she had no choice but to admit that this fellow who was only a Spirit Realm Profounder really possessed the strength to kill an Exalt Realm expert. Yan Yi frowned when he saw that he was still unable to kill Feng Li even after utilizing the sword domain to boost the sword formation and nether ghost flame. However, he quickly came to an understanding in his heart. If Exalt Realm experts were so easily killed, then they wouldn't be so rare. However, he still had a chance because Feng Li was within his sword domain. He noticed that even an Exalt Realm expert like Feng Li would still be restrained and suppressed within the sword domain. Moreover, the might carried by those 200 swords had instantly improved by more than 10 times while they were within the sword domain. Coupled with his slaughter sword intent, he still had a chance to break through Feng Li's mysterious barrier. You've actually comprehended the sword domain. Meanwhile, Feng Li stared fixedly at Yan Yi as if she intended to see through him and said, I admit that I've really underestimated you. However, do you think that you can kill me just because you've comprehended the sword domain? How laughable! Perhaps you might have a chance at destroying my spatial barrier if we're able to execute an attack like the one from before. However, you can't now. There isn't much profound energy left within you, right? You! Feng Li suddenly stopped speaking because she noticed that Yan Yi had suddenly withdrawn a fist-sized and glowing energy stone before starting to absorb the energy within it. After that, she sensed the absolutely abundant energy within the energy stones surge into Yan Yi's body. A top-grade energy stone! You actually possess a top-grade energy stone. Wait! That isn't a top-grade energy stone. It's impossible for one to possess such abundant energy. That's an extreme-grade energy stone. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? Feng Li gazed at Yan Yi with shock. She'd seen extreme-grade energy stones in the past, and she'd seen it in the possession of the Master of Flower Palace. According to the Master of Flower Palace, the Flower Palace had less than 50 of them. Yan Yi's endless abilities and endless top-rate treasures had truly shocked her. Yan Yi shook his head. This woman is really full of nonsense and keeps asking questions that I would never answer. Yan Yi wasn't like others who liked to talk about the origins of their treasures while they had a life-and-death battle. After he recovered a little profound energy, Yan Yi issued a command in his heart, and then the 200 swords instantly executed a ferocious attack against Feng Li. The spatial barrier shook violently, yet it didn't show any signs of breaking. It's useless. This is a barrier created by folding space, and it's utterly impossible for you to break with your current strength. Feng Li shot an icy cold gaze at Yan Yi while ridicule had appeared on the corners of her mouth again. Is that so? Yan Yi laughed coldly, and then he casually made a tossing motion, causing a huge bunch of top-grade strength talismans to shoot forward and enter the sword formation. After that, he flipped his palm and the ancient sheath appeared there before his profound energy surged into it. In an instant, the swords within the sword domain instantly emanated deafening sword howls. The Sword Emperor's ancient sheath. Feng Li's pupils constricted, and fear had finally appeared in her eyes. The sword domain, ancient sheath, sword intent, top-grade talismans, mysterious profound energy. Feng Li was truly quite terrified this time. Because any sword cultivator would look down proudly upon his peers by just possessing one of these, yet Yan Yi had them all. Feng Li didn't dare continue sitting there and waiting for death to arrive. She was just about to fight desperately, yet Yan Yi had suddenly said, "Break." Along with his voice, the 200 swords suddenly spun, and then a like bang resounded as the 200 swords instantly enveloped Feng Li beneath their blades. No! Feng Li's miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded. Feng Li was dead, dead without a doubt, because those 200 swords had made her into a porcupine. Yan Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Li like a porcupine. Suddenly, a strong feeling of emptiness came from within him. Yan Yi laughed bitterly because this attack had completely exhausted all the profound energy within him, and there wasn't even a drop left. Fortunately, had killed Feng Li, Yan Yi felt no excitement or happiness from kill an Exalt Realm expert, and there was only heaviness in his heart. The intense battle from just now allowed him to notice the gap between him and Exalt Realm experts. Firstly, besides that final moment just now, Feng Li hadn't taken him to be a true opponent at all. She'd been constantly underestimating him, and it was even to the extreme. It could be said that Feng Li's death wasn't because of his sword domain, or the various trump cards had revealed. The biggest reason for her death was that she'd underestimated him and hadn't taken him to be a true opponent. This allowed him to have an opportunity to take advantage of, and he could force her into the sword domain and kill her. If she took him seriously and fought with her full strength since the beginning, then the outcome would be impossible to determine. This battle allowed Yan Yi to witness how terrifying an Exalt Realm expert was, and he understood that he couldn't hold back or utilize any probing attacks if he faced an Exalt Realm expert in the future. He should utilize all his trump cards as soon as the battle begins. Earlier, if he hadn't utilized the Ancient Sheath and the Strength Talismans to enhance his attacks, then he would probably still be unable to break through her spatial barrier. Yan Yi shook his head and said in a low voice, "Looks like I still have to improve my strength as soon as possible." After he witnessed the terrifying strength possessed by the Exalt Realm, he had quite an urgent desire to improve his strength. Yan Yi glanced at Feng Li's corpse before he gestured with his right hand and took her spatial ring in his hand. He scanned its contents, and immediately shook his head when he saw them, and he spoke with discontent. A dignified Exalt Realm expert is actually so poor. What a pile of trash! There were around 8,000 energy stones and a pitiable amount of combat technique and treasures there. Moreover, not a single one of them was at the heaven rank. Besides that, the spacious spatial ring had nothing else within it. This made Yan Yi wish for nothing more than to chop her corpse into pieces because a dignified Exalt Realm expert was actually so poor. What a joke! Actually, Yan Yi hadn't realized that it wasn't Feng Li who was too poor, and it was he who was too rich. At this moment, the wealth within his tiny vortex was something even the entire Flower Palace was probably unable to compete with. Suddenly, Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something, and it caused his eyes to glow. He turned to look at Feng Li's corpse, but the glow in his eyes instantly faded when he saw her corpse. Moreover, there was even a trace of regret that flashed through them. Because this woman before him was an Exalt Realm expert, and it would be amazing if she could be refined into a sword servant. Even if he couldn't take control of her now, he could store it for later, and he could refine her into a sword servant when he possessed sufficient strength. Unfortunately, he could only give up on this thought. Because Feng Li's body had been transformed into a pile of mush, and he didn't think the sword spirit could recover Feng Li's body to its original state. Yan Yi shook his head with regret. A sword servant at the Exalt realm is gone just like that. It was impossible for him to not feel regret. However, Yan Yi didn't dwell on it. Since it was gone, then it was gone, and it was meaningless to continue thinking about it. Yan Yi withdrew an extreme great energy stone and was just about to start absorbing the profound energy within it when a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. I never expected that you would actually be able to kill Feng Li. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own 2 eyes, I would never believe that a spirit realm profounder killed an Exalt realm expert. Yan Yi's heart shook when he heard this, and then he swiftly turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a flowery dress of the Flower Palace standing behind him. The woman was around 30 plus and possessed a very beautiful appearance. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was an Exalt realm expert. It was exactly Feng Xiao. At this moment, Feng Xiao was extremely shocked because she'd witnessed a first-rank Spirit Realm Profounder kill a first-rank Exalt Realm expert. This wasn't just an act of surmounting a level to kill an opponent. Just as Shed said, she would never believe that such an extraordinarily monstrous genius had appeared in the Southern Territory if she hadn't witnessed it herself. How long have you been here? Asked Yan Yi in a heavy voice. It wasn't that he wanted to waste his breath on her, but he didn't even have a drop of profound energy left within his body. He had to strive to obtain time to absorb profound energy. On the other hand, if he were to rely solely on his physical body in a battle against an Exalt realm expert, then all he could do was suffer a beating. I've been here since before you killed her. Feng Xiao walked over to Feng Li's side. She shook her head as she gazed at Feng Li, who'd been transformed into a pile of mush, and then she waved her hand, causing Feng Li's corpse to instantly sink into the ground. Even though they didn't really get along, all enmity had come to an end along with Feng Li's death. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard Feng Li, and then he said, Since you were here for a long time, then why didn't you save her? At this moment, besides bewilderment, there was also fear in Yan Yi's heart. Because if this woman had attacked earlier, then he would have to face 2 Exalt realm experts at the same time. If that happened, then he could only flee, and he might not even be able to succeed. Feng Xiao shook her head and withdrew something, and then she gazed at Yan Yi and said, Do you recognize this thing? Yan Yi's pupils constricted violently when he saw the thing in Feng Li's hand, and then a light thump resounded as the extreme great energy stone in Yan Yi's hand had fallen to the ground. Chapter 425, a 5th rank Exalt. The woman before him had withdrawn a wooden hairpin. The hairpin was very ordinary, and it was just one that had been crafted from ordinary wood. The reason Yan Yi lost his composure was that he recognized it. This hairpin was something Head personally carved for his mother all those years ago. Head carved 2 at that time, and had given one to little Yao while he gave the other to his mother. This hairpin before him was the exact same hairpin Head given his mother. The scenes of the past appeared within Yan Yi's mind as he gazed at the hairpin. Mother, this is for you. Once I'm older, I'll definitely buy a real hairpin for you. Just like the one the madam of the Lu clan uses. Your mother likes this one that you made. I don't like the hairpin that the madam of the Lu clan uses. Big brother, little Yao wants one as well. Alright. Big brother will make one for you right away. Just wait, it'll be done in no time. Yan Yi's eyes gradually became wet. A short while later, Yan Yi calmed the emotions in his heart, and raised his head to gaze at Feng Xiao. He said, Who are you? Even though she was a member of the Flower Palace, he was sure that she had no ill intent towards him. Because she was someone his mother trusted, otherwise, it was impossible for his mother to hand this hairpin over to her. However, he didn't let his guard down. Because it was always better to be safe than sorry. I'm your mother's junior sister, Feng Xiao said. All those years ago, we joined the Flower Palace together and became inner court disciples together. Her natural talent surpassed mine. so she would definitely become an elite disciple. Unfortunately, she met your father when she left the sect to temper herself, and then shed doomed now. Why would my mother give that to you? Asked Yang Yi. Because I'm the person she trusts the most within the entire Flower Palace. Feng Xiao walked slowly towards to Yang Yi. She immediately stopped moving when she saw Yang Yi's vigilant expression and said, You should be aware that I hold no ill intent towards you. Otherwise, if I were to have made a move while you fought Feng Li, then would you have any chance of surviving? You haven't answered my question. Yang Yi stared her in the eyes while another extreme great energy stone was already in his palm. Around 30% of his profound energy had already recovered during this time that they were talking. Even though he believed what she said, he refused to trust her completely. It should be said that so long as it was someone from the Flower Palace, then he wouldn't truly trust that person. Feng Xiao shook her head when she noticed that vigilance still remained in Yan Ye's eyes, and she said, Fine, I can understand why you refuse to trust me. Your mother asked me to pass a message to you. She asked you not to save her. Just take your younger sister along, leave the Southern Territory, and never come back. Unless you attain the Monarch realm, otherwise, you're not allowed to avenge her. Otherwise, she will never forgive. Yan Ye's grasp on Dragon Bone instantly tightened. A short while later, he glanced at Feng Xiao and said, You can leave. Feng Xiao frowned and said, Your mother asked you to take your younger sister along and leave the Southern Territory. Could it be that you even refused to listen to her? I know you want to rescue your mother, but are you aware of the Flower Palace's resources and reserves? Don't even think that you can shake the Flower Palace just because you can kill an Exalt Realm expert. Not to mention you, even the forces of the entire Sword Sect might not be sufficient to shake the Flower Palace. Don't you think that you're letting your mother down by not cherishing your life like this, even after she sacrificed herself to save both you and your younger sister? When she spoke up to this point, Feng Xiao paused for a moment, and then her voice became gently as she said, Your natural talent is the most monstrous I've even seen. Even if you can't become an extraordinary expert like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor in the future, your natural talent would definitely allow you to become. What's the point of becoming an extraordinary expert like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor at that time? Yan Yi interrupted her and said, It would be meaningless even if I become invincible throughout the world at that time. Because my mother would be died, right? Firstly, thank you for your concern, but I've made my decision, so you don't have to persuade me. Because of my mother, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stay far away from the Flower Palace because only death awaits you if you return there. What do you mean? Feng Xiao frowned. Yang Yi shook his head, and he didn't speak another word. He just turned around and walked away. Right at this moment, Feng Xiao's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. The profound energy within Yang Yi's body surged as he said in a low voice, What? If she attacked, then the situation would be quite bad for him. Because less than 50% of his profound energy had recovered at this moment. However, he wasn't afraid as well. After all, he had 2 sword servants. Your mother instructed me that I can't allow you to return to the Southern Territory, and I can use force if necessary. Feng Xiao spoke in a low voice. I don't want to do that. However, I have no choice if you insist on returning to the Southern Territory. Just give it a try. It wasn't Yang Yi who spoke these words but a Nanjing. Yang Yi and Feng Xiao looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw a Nanjing walking slowly towards them with Sky Split in her hand. Moreover, a Nanjing was carrying a human head with her left hand. Feng Xiao's expression changed when she saw this head because it belonged to Feng Dai. A Nanjing walked over to Yang Yi's side, disregarded Feng Xiao, and casually tossed the head away while she said, You didn't disappoint me. At this moment, when she saw Yang Yi alive, she knew that the Exalt Realm expert who Yang Yi chose was probably dead. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the head that rolled off to the side. What exactly did that woman do to infuriate a Nanjing to the point a Nanjing chopped off her head? Yang Yi turned around to glance at a Nanjing, and then he shook his head in his heart. Even though he had expected that she could defeat an Exalt Realm expert, he was still shocked when he saw the head of that Exalt Realm expert. However, he would be disappointed instead if she was unable to kill an Exalt Realm expert. "What do you think?" asked Yang Yi. And Nanjing knew what he was asking her about. She pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Exalt Realm experts have an advantage that's beyond our reach, and that's their grasp of space. However, besides that, they have no advantage at all when it comes to the utilization of combat techniques or speed. So long as a Spirit Realm expert can destroy their spatial abilities by force, then it isn't difficult to kill them." And Nanjing spoke in a very calm voice, and it was like Exalt Realm experts were nothing to her. Feng Xiao was extremely shocked when she heard this. She hadn't expected that this woman would have actually killed Feng Dai. Even though Feng Dai's strength was slightly inferior to Feng Li, Feng Dai was still at the Exalt Realm. Moreover, Nanjing made it sound like Exalt Realm experts weren't anything great. It was better for Yang Yi because had always known how terrifying she was. Indeed, besides their ability to utilize space, Exalt Realm experts probably had no other advantage in any other aspect when they were against Nanjing. After all, had personally experienced Nanjing's triad mantra, and she hadn't even executed it with her full strength at the time. In short, Nanjing was terrifying, and she couldn't be judged by convention. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't thought about how he was the same as her. Both of them couldn't be judged by convention. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly gazed at Feng Xiao, and then her brows raised as she spoke while filled with the intent to do battle. "Shall we fight?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. Has this woman gotten addicted to killing? On the other hand, Feng Xiao frowned instead. As an Exalt Realm expert, she naturally had pride and dignity of her own. Now, a Spirit Realm Profounder was actually challenging her. Is she looking down on me? The profound energy within Feng Xiao's body surged, and she was just about to attack when Yang Yi moved to stand between the two of them. Yang Yi gazed at Feng Xiao and said, "Just go." She was someone his mother trusted in the end, and she didn't have any ill intent towards him. So, he truly didn't want her to die at Nanjing's hands. "You think she can kill me?" Feng Xiao spoke in a low voice. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, she would have already attacked after she was provoked by a Spirit Realm Profounder like that. "She really can," Yang Yi said. "You know about the martial god? She's it. That spear in her hand is the legendary Sky Split. Besides that, she possesses 6 intents and the inheritances of 22 martial gods. Do you think it's impossible for her to kill you?" And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi with displeasure, while she said in her heart, "What a meddlesome fellow." However, she didn't speak about fighting again because she had noticed that there was a certain relationship between Yang Yi and this woman. Feng Xiao's expression changed when she heard Yang Yi. She was naturally aware what the title Martial God and Sky Split was in existence that surpassed Dao artifacts. Besides that, Nanjing possessed 6 intents and the inheritances of 22 martial gods. At this moment, Feng Xiao understood why Feng Dai had perished. Not to mention Feng Dai, under the condition that she was unaware of Nanjing's ability and underestimated her opponent, then even she was very likely to be killed in a battle against Nanjing, the martial god and the sword emperor. In the past, only these two people were capable of surmounting realms of cultivation to do battle. Yet now, both of them are right before me. But haven't the martial god and sword emperor always been fated rivals? Why is the martial god helping Yang Yi? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "I'll give you one last piece of advice because of my mother. Leave the Southern Territory and the Flower Palace right away. I can't tell you the reason, and it's just a piece of advice. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." If it wasn't for his mother, he would have joined forces with Nanjing, and this woman would definitely die. However, he knew that if he really did that, then his mother would definitely feel guilty once he rescued his mother. Moreover, this woman seemed to have come to pass a message to him, so even his conscience wouldn't allow him to kill her. Even though he acted according to his heart, he still had his limits. Feng Xiao glanced at Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then she fell silent for a while before she said, I know that you definitely have some sort of other trump card, but… Alas. Fine, I don't want to interfere in this matter anymore. Right, the experts of the Origin School waiting for you aren't something that the disciples of the Ghost Sect or my Flower Sect can compare to. Even though they only have a single Exalt Realm expert amongst them, he is at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm. Moreover, he once seized the first position during the Ascension rankings. Both of you must absolutely not challenge him to battle. After all, he was once famous for surmounting his rank of cultivation to kill his opponents. Yang Yi unconsciously frowned when he heard Feng Xiao. A 5th rank Exalt Realm expert. That's quite difficult to deal with. Chapter 426 The Power of Money. Feng Xiao was gone. No one knew if she'd returned to the Flower Palace or gone somewhere else. In Yang Yi's opinion, none of that mattered because he'd given her a warning, and he couldn't do anything if she'd still returned to the Flower Palace. Yang Yi suddenly said, "How much longer do the two of you intend to keep watching for?" After Yang Yi finished speaking, a few breaths of time passed before two black-clothed women suddenly appeared here, and they were none other than Hong and Qing. And Nanjing glanced indifferently at them and remained silent. Obviously, she'd noticed them a long time ago. Hong exclaimed, "How did you notice us?" At this moment, tempestuous waves of shock were surging through their hearts. They'd witnessed the battle between Yang Yi and Feng Xiao from the beginning until the end. They hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would really be able to kill an Exalt Realm expert. Moreover, Yang Yi actually possessed 2 natural treasures and had comprehended sword domain as well. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. Most importantly, Yang Yi had actually noticed their presence. They weren't being conceited, but their ability to conceal their aura was something that even an expert at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm couldn't detect. But Yang Yi had noticed their presence. Yang Yi was only a 1st rank Spirit Realm Profounder. Yang Yi had naturally noticed their presence. After all, there was a white dragon at the Monarch Realm within him. Even though the white dragon couldn't come out and help him, even a mosquito couldn't escape its detection within an area of 5 kilometers around Yang Yi. Of course, this was naturally far from the limits of the white dragon's strength, but it couldn't expose its aura excessively. After all, they were still within the confines of the ancient battlefield, otherwise, its divine sense could immediately cover half the southern territory. "Did the two of you come back because you needed something?" He didn't have much ill intent towards them, and he was just discontent. The facts proved that he could still kill an Exalt Realm expert even without their help. "We underestimated the two of you," Hong said in a low voice. "As expected of the Sword Emperor and Martial God, you were actually able to kill Exalt Realm experts while at the Spirit Realm. But do the two of you really think you can return to the Southern Territory? The woman from before left some things out, like besides a formidable 5th rank Exalt Realm expert, there are another 3 peak Spirit Realm experts, and over 100 peak King Realm Profounders. Even if we disregard them all, just that 5th rank Exalt Realm expert is capable of annihilating all of you. What's the point of telling me all of that?" Yang Yi kept his sword and said indifferently, "In any case, the two of you want lend a hand, right? So if there's nothing else the two of you need, then please do return. As for our safety, you don't have to trouble yourselves worrying about it." Hong frowned while a wisp of displeasure flashed through her eyes while she said to herself, "This fellow really doesn't know how to read the situation and act accordingly. If she could return, then she would have definitely returned immediately. But if she did that, then she would definitely be punished by the madam of her clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't waste her time here like she was doing right now. Now, she'd even tried to be a little more modest, but this fellow before her still intended to drive them away. Does he really think we really have to stay here and beg him to let us protect him? It isn't that we refuse to help you kill." Meanwhile, Qing, who didn't speak much, spoke in a light voice. It's just that Master said we can't take the initiative to help you unless your life is in danger. Master is very strict, so both Big Sister and dare not disobey her. Otherwise, well, suffer very strict punishment." Qing and Hong had completely different characters. Hong was quite stubborn and rude, whereas Qing had a completely opposite character. She was quite weak and delicate, and she was even soft-spoken. "I don't need your protection," Yang Yi said. "Just say that it was I who asked the two of you to return." It was naturally a good thing to have the protection of two Exalt Realm assassins, but he truly disliked the woman called Hong. Moreover, they refused to assist him, so allowing them to stay would only make both sides feel displeased. "But we'll definitely be punished by the madam if we return." Qing's voice carried slight anxiousness. "Then help me kill." Yang Yi was delighted. If it was as Qing said, then they would definitely not dare to act in that way. So, he could utilize it to negotiate with them. But Qing intended to continue, but she was interrupted by Yang Yi. "There are no buts. If you choose to continue following me, then help me kill, and you can leave if you don't. Of course, you can follow me by force, but don't blame me for complaining about the two of you to your madam. After all, there's a business relationship between me and your clan. You should have noticed the equipment sets those brothers of mine are using, right? It was your madam who sold them to me. So, my relationship with your madam is very good, otherwise she wouldn't ask the two of you to come with me, right?" Yang Yi slightly admired himself after he finished speaking these words because he was actually able to stay calm and composed as he lied now. The two of them believed Yang Yi, and it wasn't just them. Even in Nanjing believed him. It was none other than because if there was no business relationship between the clan and Yang Yi, then how could Enbira have possibly given Yang Yi so many sets of heaven-rank equipment? How could she have dispatched two Exalt Realm assassins to follow Yang Yi? But Nanjing wondered exactly what deal Yang Yi had made with Enbira to make the Southern clan pay such a huge price. Even though she was puzzled, and Nanjing had never asked about it. In her opinion, she was merely curious and a little puzzled by it, but it wasn't at the extent of making her interested to find out the answer. The two of them fell silent. Truthfully speaking, they were naturally unwilling to obey the orders of a spirit realm profounder. However, this Sword Emperor who stood before them was one who went to extremes, and he was a decisive and ruthless person. So, if they didn't do as he said, then not to mention complaining about them to Madame N, the slightest conflict might even make him raise his sword against them. If it was in the past, then they would naturally not fear Yang Yi. However, they had no choice but to fear him now. Yang Yi and Nanjing possessed the strength to kill Exalt Realm experts, and there were over 100 assassins in the surroundings. Moreover, their concealment technique was utterly useless before Yang Yi. Their shock increased the more they thought about it because if Yang Yi had the intention to kill them, then it might really be possible if he was willing to pay a certain price. What about this? 10 top-grade energy stones had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's palm, and he said, "I'll give you 10 top-grade energy stones for every single person you kill for me. What do you think?" He didn't want to shed all pretenses with them. After all, there was no bitter enmity between them, and if it were possible, it was best if they could cooperate with each other. Really? Their eyes immediately lit up when they saw the top-grade energy stones in Yang Yi's palm. Top-grade energy stones were treasures that were precious even to them. After all, ordinary energy stones were utterly incapable of providing them with sufficient energy at their current realms of cultivation, and only top-grade energy stones and extreme-grade energy stones could satisfy their needs. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this and said to himself, "Looks like I have a chance." Yang Yi didn't beat around the bush, he casually tossed over those 10 top-grade energy stones and said, 10 for a King Realm Profounder, 30 for a Spirit Realm Profounder, 50 and 5 top-grade Strider Talismans for an Exalt Realm Profounder. All right? What did he lack the least right now? It was energy stones and wealth. There were over 30,000 extreme-grade energy stones within the tiny vortex. A single extreme-grade energy stone could be exchanged for 100 top-grade energy stones. In other words, he had over 3 million top-grade energy stones. Qing was about to agree when Hong said, 80 for an Exalt Realm Expert, 150 for an Exalt Realm Expert at the 5th rank or above. I'm not trying to extort you on purpose, but Exalt Realm Experts at the 5th rank or above have an even deeper understanding and grasp of spatial techniques. Moreover, they can execute spatial teleportation for a short distance, so it's very difficult to assassinate them. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, "All right." Top-grade energy stones were nothing to him, but 2 Exalt Realm experts were quite important to him instead. As for what she said about not extorting him on purpose, had just acted as if he hadn't heard it. After all, he could at least hire 4 Exalt Realm experts in the Southern Territory with 80 energy stones as the price, but their quality would probably be inferior to these 2. No matter what, all of that was just a trivial matter, and he couldn't be bothered to start bargaining with them. The 2 of them were immediately delighted when they heard Yang Yi agree. Even though they were assassins fostered by the Yin clan, they received a fixed amount of cultivation resources every single month, and it wasn't much as well. Just take top-grade energy stones for example. They merely received just 10 per month, and these 10 were utterly insufficient for them to cultivate with. So, they would usually accept some assignments as well. However, when the rewards of those assignments were compared to the compensation that Yang Yi provided, the gap was simply like the gap between the heavens and the earth. Hong hesitated for a moment before she said, "I have some friends as well. If you have sufficient wealth and need them, then I can ask them to come over as well." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he felt overjoyed and said, "What are their cultivations like?" "They're all at the Exalt Realm," said Hong. "How many?" "Around 20 plus. All right, bring all of them here." Yang Yi wasn't able to maintain his composure anymore. Over 20 Exalt Realm assassins! My God! In the past he didn't believe it when others said that money was all-powerful, but he believed it now. So long as he was wealthy, then was there any expert he couldn't hire? But... Hong glanced at Yang Yi and was slightly hesitant as if she wanted to say something. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he quickly understood what she meant. He immediately said, "See those sets of equipment that my brothers are wearing? You should know how much they are worth, right? Besides that, would your madam work with me if I were poor? So, don't worry about money. Just ask them to hurry over here. Right, the 2 of you don't have to go back. I'll give you some top-grade transmission talismans so you can notify them right away." Yang Yi withdrew a few top-grade transmission talismans and tossed them over to the 2 women. Both of them thought for a moment and felt that Yang Yi made sense, so they immediately stopped hesitating and utilized the transmission talismans to notify the assassins in Ancient Domain City. "Are you very rich?" Meanwhile, Nanjing, who had remained silent until now, had suddenly spoken. Yang Yi was stunned. He didn't know why Shed asked this question, but he didn't think too much of it and immediately chuckled. "I'm not very rich. It's just all right." "Haha." And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Mayan clan has 26 at the Exalt Realm. Amongst them, 4 are at the 3rd rank of the Exalt Realm, 1 is at the 6th rank of the Exalt Realm, and the rest are at the 1st and 2nd rank of the Exalt Realm. If you have sufficient top-grade energy stones—" I do. Yang Yi interrupted her and said with slight excitement, "Ask all of them to come over." "Right, even if they have no one to kill, I'll give each of them 3 top-grade energy stones per day. You 2 sisters can stop staring at me. Your group will be the same as hers. From today onward, I'll provide all of you with 3 top-grade energy stones per day even if I don't make you kill anymore. Of course, there's a condition to it, and it's that you have to obey my orders during this period. Naturally, these orders will be within the scope of your ability. I want to ask all of you to assassinate Monarch Realm experts." "All right." Hong was the first to agree. "We're really going to get rich this time." And Nanjing nodded to display her agreement, and then she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Give me 80 top-grade energy stones first." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "I just killed an Exalt Realm expert." Chapter 427 Spare No One. Yang Yi would naturally not refuse her. He withdrew 100 top-grade energy stones and passed them to her. And Nanjing nodded with satisfaction, and then she withdrew a transmission talisman to notify the expert of her clan. Before this, Nanjing, Qing, and Hong had merely come to help Yan Yi within the scope of their ability, and they wouldn't fight with their lives on the line for Yan Yi's sake, nor would they take the initiative to help him kill. Because their assignments would be complete once Yan Yi returned to the Southern Territory. But now, they were willing to kill their way back to the Southern Territory with Yan Yi. At this moment, top-grade energy stones were like rocks to Yan Yi, and he had a huge bunch of them. However, they were extremely precious and important to people like Hong and the others. It was truly too enticing and impossible to refuse. Even in Nanjing was tempted by it. It could be said that their relationship had transformed into a cooperative relationship. Yan Yi paid and they killed. If they wanted more, then they had to kill more for him. No one had to care about the other's thoughts or mood, and it was just that simple. At this moment, Yan Yi was extremely excited because he had a few dozen Exalt Realm experts on his side, so how could he not feel excited? With these Exalt Realm experts by his side, he was even more confident in his ability to deal with the Flower Palace. Well, go kill that 5th rank Exalt Realm expert right now! Meanwhile, Hong spoke abruptly. In her eyes, that Exalt Realm expert was a pile of top-grade energy stones, and she felt slightly impatient. However, Shed still asked Yan Yi's opinion. After all, Yan Yi was their employer. Yan Yi shook his head and said, "There's no rush for that. Well, make a move, the others have arrived. I intend to annihilate all the members of the Origin School who came here this time." Since the Origin School had acted openly against him, then he naturally intended to annihilate them all, and he didn't care if it was the number 1 sect of the Southern Territory. They were already trying to kill him, so why would he even care about all of that? Hong nodded, and then she moved over to the side with Qing. Yan Yi withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it in his pocket before he sat cross-legged at the side, and then he started to slowly absorb the energy within it. Had obtained a huge amount of gains during the battle with Feng Lilai just now, and the greatest gain was that he felt he was about to advance. However, the profound energy within his body was insufficient right now, so it was utterly incapable of providing him the necessary energy to advance. Now, he had to recover his profound energy as soon as possible, and then improve his strength. Only his own strength was true strength, and he naturally understood this principle. And Nanjing's eyes lit up when she noticed the energy fluctuations around Yan Yi. She knew that he was showing signs of advancing, and excitement immediately appeared in her eyes because the stronger he was, the happier she would be. This was the heart of the strong that the martial god possessed. The Flower Palace. Flower Hall. Flower Palace was situated within a mountain valley, and numerous precipitous mountains resided all around the valley. These mountains were covered in all sorts of gorgeous flowers. One could absolutely not underestimate these flowers because the area of a few hundred kilometers around the Flower Palace was enveloped by its sect-guarding grand formation, the Flower Slaughter Formation. Once it was activated, these flowers would become weapons of slaughter. According to rumor, the Flower Slaughter Formation had once annihilated a half-step Saint Realm expert. A few dozen elders and guardians of the flower sect stood within the hall, and a beautiful woman in palace clothes sat cross-legged at the seat of the host. The beautiful woman was the master of the Flower Palace, Yu Linglong. Feng Dai and Feng Li soul tablets have shattered. I presume that they're dead. Palace Master, please issue the order to annihilate the League of Doom's outposts around our Flower Palace to make a display of our palace's might. A woman spoke in a low voice to Yu Linglong. The League of Doom is really getting more and more arrogant. They actually dared to openly assassinate disciples of our Flower Palace. Do they really think our Flower Palace is afraid of them? Palace Master, please issue the order to annihilate all members of the League of Doom, otherwise, our Flower Palace will definitely suffer a blow to its reputation, and it would allow others to think that we're afraid of the League of Doom. I think that this matter is quite strange. After all, our Flower Palace and the League of Doom have always existed in harmony, and there have been no conflicts between our forces. Why would they suddenly and brazenly kill 2 of our elders and numerous disciples this time? Don't you think it's quite suspicious? A young woman with a sword hanging on her waist had suddenly spoken. What's suspicious about it? It looks to me like you're afraid of the League of Doom. They are assassins, so they would even kill their own parents for money, let alone the disciples of our flower palace? Exactly. Since they killed disciples of our flower palace, then it's definitely because someone paid a huge amount of money to hire them. We naturally have to take revenge on the League of Doom, but Jingzhu thinks that we should first find out who exactly hired the League of Doom. Only by dragging out the person pulling the strings would we be able to deal with the root of this problem. Otherwise, it would be useless even if we annihilate the entire League of Doom. The young woman spoke slowly. Everyone here nodded with agreement upon hearing the women with a sword. Even Yu Linglong's gaze had praise in it as she gazed at the woman. As expected of my personal disciple and the number one choice to become the next master of Flower Palace. At this moment, even the beautiful woman who refuted the woman with the sword had fallen silent as well. Jingzhu, then in your opinion, what should we do right now? It was Yu Linglong who asked this question. The woman called Jingzhu pondered deeply for a moment before she said, Our disciples headed to the ancient battlefield to kill Yan Yi, but all of them were annihilated while senior sister Feng Xiao's whereabouts are unknown. I guess that this incident might be related to Yan Yi. Meanwhile, the elder who refuted Jingzhu earlier laughed coldly and said, He's just an ant at the spirit realm. What ability does he have to kill the members of our flower palace? What ability does he possess to hire the League of Doom to go against our flower palace? Elder Ming, he isn't an ant. He's the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and the Sword Emperor of this era. Jingzhu spoke indifferently. I don't think that the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and the person that mysterious ancient sheath acknowledged as its master would be an ant. Besides that, even if he can hire the League of Doom, this incident is definitely related to him. So I suggest that we dispatch experts to the ancient battlefield and capture him. At that time, the truth will probably be revealed. It's best if the palace master herself sets out. In this way, unless that existence from the League of Doom is there, he'll definitely be captured with ease. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, Let's put this matter aside for now. He's only a spirit realm profounder. No matter how much of a monstrous genius he is, he still can't do much. Presently, we have to gather our entire strength and be constantly prepared to deal with Taoist Zi's attempt to overcome the Heaven Path. As for the League of Doom, dispatch some members to clean up the League of Doom's outposts around our palace to give them a warning. Well, really get even with them once all of this is over. As for Yang Yi, ignore him for now because the members of the Origin School will naturally deal with him. Since the palace master herself had spoken, the others naturally had no objections, and they spoke in unison. Yes. That woman called Jingzhu sighed in her heart, and she felt slightly helpless. She didn't know Yang Yi and had only heard about his deeds. In her opinion, Yang Yi would definitely become a huge enemy for the Flower Palace in the future, so the palace should stop at nothing to eliminate him. Unfortunately, no one in the entire Flower Palace was able to take Yang Yi seriously. Even if Yang Yi was the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and called the Sword Emperor, they still refused to take him seriously. Because Yang Yi was only a spirit realm profounder in the end, and just a single Exalt realm expert would be sufficient to eliminate him with ease. A day later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly and let out a light breath of air. A ball of foul energy drifted out slowly from his mouth, and then he casually swept it away with a wave of his hand while a wisp of delight flashed through his eyes. The second rank of the spirit realm? And Nanjing suddenly spoke from the side. Yang Yi nodded while a wisp of a smile couldn't help but form on the corners of his mouth. Even though had merely advanced by a single rank of cultivation, he was able to sense that the space within the tiny vortex had become slightly larger. Moreover, the violet-colored profound energy within him had gradually undergone a slight transformation. Even though it was very slight, had still sensed it. In short, his gains were pretty good. Suddenly Yang Yi looked towards the two groups of profounders who stood respectively behind Nanjing and the sisters, Qing and Hong. Yang Yi was shocked inwardly when he sensed the auras emanated by them because all these 40-plus profounders were actually Exalt realm experts. Moreover, if he didn't rely on the White Dragon's help, then he would actually be unable to sense the cultivations and auras possessed by a few of them. Yan Yi didn't waste his breath. A pile of top-grade energy stones instantly flew towards them with a wave of his hand, and he said, "This is your compensation for today. I presume all of you are aware of the compensation for each kill. Do you have any objections? Will we really be paid with 150 top-grade energy stones and top-grade talismans for killing experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm and above?" A black-clothed figure behind Hong spoke in a deep voice. Even though Hong and Qing were there as guarantors, they still didn't really believe it because such compensation really was quite high. Of course, they were mostly worried that Yan Yi didn't have the funds. Yan Yi knew what they were worried about. He immediately waved his right hand, and then a blank piece of talisman paper appeared in front of him. Yan Yi directly picked up his talisman brush and started crafting, and less than an hour had passed before a top-grade Strider talisman had appeared before their eyes. Their expression changed when they saw the top-grade Strider talisman. They would naturally not take an ordinary talisman seriously, but a top-grade talisman was different. A talisman of such quality even provided them with an extremely obvious increase. Of course, they were shocked that Yan Yi was actually a talisman master, and he was even one who was capable of crafting a top-grade talisman in such a short time. When it came to talisman's masters, and especially Earth Talisman Masters and above, even Exalt Realm experts like them had to be respectful when dealing with such Talisman Masters. Because besides the fact that they might have to ask for talisman from such Talisman Masters, it was also because such Talisman Masters were rich, and money was extremely terrifying when it arrived at a certain level. In short, they believed that Yan Yi was sufficiently wealthy because how could a Talisman Master that was such a monstrous genius lack wealth? When he saw that they had no objections, Yan Yi turned around to gaze at J Cloud Mountain Range. It was the final mountain range on the way to the Grand Myriad Mountains, and they would arrive within the territory of the Grand Myriad Mountains once they traversed it. I haven't seen Gray and Silver in a long time. Right, Xiaolang as well. I wonder how they've developed until now. Yan Yi thought in his heart before his expression turned cold. He said, "Spare no one on J Cloud Mountain Range." Chapter 428. Over 150 disciples of the Origin School were seated cross-legged within a valley on Jade Cloud Mountain Range, and they were cultivating in silence. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man, Yuanzhe. He was a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert, and had seized the 1st position during one of the Ascension rankings in the past. At this moment, Yuanzhe was rather displeased because a dignified 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert like him had been sent to kill a profounder at the 1st rank of the Spirit Realm. Even if this Spirit Realm profounder had seized the 1st on the Ascension rankings in the past, was the 1st on the Hidden Dragon rankings now, and was even the Sword Emperor of the current era, Yuanzhe was still displeased. Because no matter what, Yan Yi was only a 1st-rank Spirit Realm cultivator in the end. So, it was truly quite a waste talent and ability to dispatch him here. Even though he was displeased, had still come here because it was an order the sect master himself had issued. He was ordered to prevent Yan Yi from returning alive to the Southern Territory, no matter the cost. The reason had been dispatched was only to make certain that the mission to kill Yan Yi would be successful. Yuanzhe glanced at the group behind him, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, "I alone am enough. All of you can go back." The reason had brought these disciples along was mainly in order to take precautions against others who might secretly assist Yan Yi, and these disciples could obtain information for him. However, their presence wasn't necessary anymore because this valley was the only path that led to the Grand Myriad Mountains. So, unless Yan Yi was willing to spend at least half a month going around, then Yan Yi would have no choice but to come through here. The disciples behind Yuanzhe hesitated for a moment, and then they bowed to Yuanzhe before they turned around and left. They didn't dare to defy his orders. Just 15 minutes after they left, Yan Yi and Nanjing walked slowly over into the valley, and they appeared within Yuanzhe's field of vision as well. "You're Yan Yi?" Yuanzhe wasn't surprised, and he asked this question with a very calm voice. It seemed like had expected Yan Yi's appearance here. Yan Yi was slightly surprised instead. He suppressed the confusion in his heart and nodded. Looks like you expected that I would come here. The sect master wouldn't have sent me here if those fellows from the ghost sect in Flower Palace could kill you with ease. Yuan just sized Yang Yi up and said, Not bad. Your cultivation is solid while your sword intent is sharp. As expected of the most outstanding genius in the sword Dao after the founding ancestor of the sword sect. Unfortunately, if you joined my origin school at that time, then the Southern Territory would definitely belong to my origin school as less than 100 years. Yuanzhe was speaking sincerely because it wasn't just Yuanzhe who felt that it was regretful, even the entire origin school and Yuan Tian himself felt that it was slightly regretful. Because if they knew that Yang Yi was such a monstrous genius who could seize the one's position on the hidden dragon rankings, then they wouldn't have hesitated to stand by Yang Yi's side even if they had to form a reconcilable enmity with the Flower Palace. Unfortunately, not only had they failed to recruit Yang Yi, they'd even become sworn enemies with him. When facing an enemy that possessed such potential, the best method was naturally elimination before the enemy could grow. Yang Yi smiled indifferently, and then he said, You seem to be very confident in your ability to kill me here? Aren't you the same? Yuanzhe spoke indifferently. If I'm not wrong, then all the members of the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace are dead, right? I'm really curious. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone within the Southern Territory who has sent experts to assist you. Oh, right. I presume those that have come to help you aren't profounders from the Southern Territory. This little girl by your side isn't a profounder from the Southern Territory, right? Besides that. Suddenly, Yuanzhe's expression changed, and then his face gradually turned gloomy. A slight smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and he said, Looks like you've noticed. A short while later, Yuanzhe raised his head to gaze at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was no indifference and calmness on his face anymore, and there was only gloominess and a trace of ferocity. He said, Good. Very good. All 100+ disciples from my origin school are dead. Looks like your help isn't bad. But I'm very curious, who exactly would actually dare to kill disciples of my origin school? How audacious! Just a moment ago, had received a distress call via transmission talisman from those disciples, and then he swept his divine sense over. Yet he noticed that all of them had been annihilated at the moment that distress call was sent out. The origin school? Is it that great? It was in Nanjing who spoke these words. It isn't even a 5th-rank sect. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Is it really because the ignorant are without fear? Who are you? Yuanzhe's gaze descended onto Nanjing while his eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent. And Nanjing didn't even spare him a glance. She gazed at Yang Yi instead and said, If you still refuse to give the command to them, then he'll make a move against him. Yang Yi rubbed his nose. This woman is truly mad for battle. She even dares to try fighting a 5th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder. But why do I feel like fighting him as well? Even though he wanted to, Yang Yi didn't choose to do so in the end. Because he didn't want to waste time right now. Leave his corpse intact. This fellow in front of him was an Exalt Realm expert, and it would be absolutely superb if he could refine Yuanzhe into a sword servant. Just thinking about a 5th-rank Exalt Realm sword servant made Yang Yi feel excited. Yuanzhe started laughing from extreme rage upon hearing Yang Yi. Leave my corpse intact? What high-sounding sentiments! Yuanzhe was just about to attack, yet his expression suddenly changed, and then he didn't hesitate to flash and vanish from the spot. Bang! Yuanzhe had just left when the ground beneath him had collapsed to reveal an enormous bottomless pit. A middle-aged man was floating above the pit and was looking coldly at Yuanzhe. This caused Yuanzhe's expression to change again because it was actually an Exalt Realm expert. At this very moment, an unexpected event occurred again. A black-clothed woman suddenly appeared behind Yuanzhe, and then a cold glow flashed towards his neck. Another Exalt Realm expert. Yuanzhe's pupils constricted. The space around him warped with a spin of his palm, and then Yuanzhe immediately vanished on the spot and appeared around 20 m away. He was just about to heave a sigh of relief when a strand of cold light suddenly flashed again. Yuanzhi was horrified. He forcefully bent his figure, yet it was still a bit too late, causing his right arm to be instantly sliced off before fresh blood sprayed. Another Exalt Realm expert. At this moment Yuanzhi was shocked to the extreme, and he didn't have any intent to continue fighting. His figure flashed as he executed a spatial technique that allowed him to directly flash over 300 m away. He intended to flee. Since Yang Yi possesses so many Exalt Realm experts on his side, he has definitely obtained the help of some power. I must take this information back to the sect and allow the sect to take precautions in advance. When he thought up to this point, the profound energy within Yuanzhi's body surged violently. He was about to tear through space and execute a spatial technique again. However, right at this moment, 3 middle-aged men suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them shook his head and spoke with a gaze filled with disdain. This is the so-called expert who'd once seized the 1st position in the Southern Territory's Ascension rankings? The 5th rank of the Exalt Realm? You're just trash who can't even compare to a 2nd-rank Exalt Realm profounder from the Central Territory. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his palm forward. The space around Yuanzhi warped violently before the palm directly passed through space and pressed down onto his chest. Yuanzhi's eyes instantly opened wide while he crashed down from midair, and his corpse fell into the ground. Qing and Hong grunted coldly when they saw Yuanzhi perish. After all, they were so close to getting those 150 top-grade energy stones. The two of them glanced coldly at the middle-aged man who killed Yuanzhi, and then their figures vanished on the spot. Yang Yi recognized the middle-aged man. He was an elder of a Nanjing's clan, and Jinyan, and he was a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert as well. His strength could be said to be in the top 3 amongst all the Exalt Realm profounders who'd come here this time. Yang Yi didn't say a single unnecessary thing. He just waved his right hand, and then 150 top-grade energy stones flew over towards Jinyan, while the others gazed at this scene with envy. Jinyan immediately revealed a slight smile when he saw Yang Yi act in such a straightforward manner, and his impression of Yang Yi became much better. The others were the same. All of them had come here for the sake of top-grade energy stones. So, it couldn't be any better when Yang Yi was so direct. Because they could work together smoothly. Actually, some of them had aroused selfish motives and had the intention to rob Yang Yi, but it only remained a thought to them. Why? Because there were 2 forces here, and they were utterly unable to join forces and unite as one. So, whichever side that acted against Yang Yi was very likely to incur the revenge of Yang Yi and the other side. Moreover, their future patriarch, and Nanjing, seemed to have a very good relationship with Yang Yi. So, they naturally didn't dare to disregard Nanjing's opinion. In a similar fashion, Yang Yi seemed to have a good relationship with Madaman, so they were extremely apprehensive because of that. Thus, both sides had no choice but to cooperate with Yang Yi. Actually, Yang Yi had thought of the possibility of being robbed when he allowed them to come over here. However, had still allowed it because he really did need assistance. Moreover, while his strength was inferior to them, it didn't mean that he didn't have any trump cards. After all, he still had a sword spirit and the white dragon residing within him. So long as he threw caution to the wind, then it wasn't impossible for him to kill all of them. Fortunately, their cooperation had been pleasant until now, and there had been no unpleasant incidents. Yang Yi walked into the deep pit, glanced at Yuanzhi's corpse, and then nodded with satisfaction. And Jinyan had controlled his strength perfectly, and had only shattered Yuanzhi's internal organs to obliterate Yuanzhi's vitality, while Yuanzhi's corpse hadn't suffered any material damage. In other words, it could be crafted into a sword servant. Yang Yi waved his right hand, kept Yuanzhi's corpse within the ancient sheath, and asked the sword spirit to start preparing the corpse. After that, he leaped out of the deep pit, took a light breath, and then waved his hand. "Come, let's enter the Grand Myriad Mountains," Hong suddenly said from behind him. "The Grand Myriad Mountains prohibits the unauthorized entrance of humans. Will probably infuriate the Beast Emperor by entering rashly." They didn't dare underestimate the Grand Myriad Mountains because there was a monarch-ranked dark beast residing there. Yang Yi smiled and said. It's fine, let's head in. I just happen to have something to discuss with the Beast Emperor. As he spoke, Yang Yi's figure flashed towards the distance. Hong and the others hesitated for a moment before they hurriedly followed him. The Sword Sect. At this moment, all the disciples of the Sword Sect were gathered at the enormous training grounds within the sect. Taoist Zui's white-robed figure was standing in midair while facing the wind, and the azure sword was hanging from his waist. The gazes of all the Sword Sect's disciples were on Taoist Zui, and their gazes carried excitement, worry, anxiety, and so on and so forth. Because today was the day when Taoist Zui would try to overcome the heaven path. Chapter 429 Heaven Path Part 2/3 Chapter 429 Heaven Path Part 2/3 What was the Heaven Path? Actually, even Taoist Zui didn't know exactly what it was. He was merely aware that all monarch realm experts who were at the end of their lifespan would choose to try and overcome it. Because a monarch realm expert of the past had been at the end of his lifespan had immediately stepped foot into the Saint realm upon overcoming the heaven path. No one knew what exactly resided above the heaven path because those who knew had either died or vanished. Even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, the Unfettered One, was the same. If he had any other choice, then even Taoist Zui would be unwilling to attempt the mysterious heaven path. Because he wasn't even the slightest bit confident in his ability. However, it couldn't be helped because if he didn't try, then only a natural death would be awaiting him. Had cultivated throughout his lifetime to attain such a cultivation, so how could he be willing to transform into dust? He had no other choice. At a spot over 30 m away from Taoist Zui, Su Muzha stood there with a solemn expression on his face, and there was worry in the depths of his eyes. If Taoist Zui overcame the heaven path and advanced into the Saint realm, then the Sword Sect would be matchless throughout the entire southern territory and even the continent. At that time, the Sword Sect would relive its former glory. Conversely, if Taoist Zui failed, then the Sword Sect would be eternally doomed, truly doomed. This time, Taoist Zui's success or failure wasn't just related to Su Muzha but the entire Sword Sect's fate. Taoist Zui suddenly glanced towards the surroundings while standing in midair, and then he laughed coldly. Yuan Tian, Yuling Long, Ghost King, are all of you that impatient? A wave of fluctuation arose in midair, and then 2 men and a woman appeared on a mountain 3 kilometers away from the Sword Sect's sky peak, and they stood in confrontation with Taoist Zui from afar. Old bastard Zui, your 1,000 years of cultivation weren't easy, so why seek death impatiently right now? After all, you should be aware of the outcome your Sword Sect would face if you died. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man whose bare upper body was covered in black tattoos. The middle-aged man was the sect master of the Ghost Sect. He was called Ghost King, and he was a sworn enemy of the Sword Sect. Taoist Zui laughed coldly and said, You don't have to trouble yourself with worrying about that. However, I never expected that Fairy Yu and Yuan Tian would actually work together with the Ghost Sect. Both of you should be clearly aware of what sort of place the Ghost Sect is. Not only would cooperating with it stain your reputations, it might even turn against you in the end. Both of you should have thought of that, right? Taoist Zui, don't waste your time. Ghost King chuckled and said, Even if you have a silver tongue, it's impossible to change the current situation where your Sword Sect is all alone and without support. It's still the same as before. If you fail, then the entire Sword Sect will be annihilated, and not a single disciple of it will survive. Of course, I believe that if you succeed, then you will definitely slaughter our sects to the very end as well. So, everyone's fates are in your hands. Ha. Taoist Zui glanced coldly at Ghost King, and then he gazed at Yuan Tian. The latter smiled lightly and said, If the Sword Sect agrees to be a vassal of my origin school, then I can let bygones be bygones and resolve the enmity between out sections. Moreover, I can help Brother Zui overcome the heaven path. What do you think? Ghost King's expression changed when he heard this, and a gloomy expression appeared within his eyes. However, he didn't speak a single word. How absurd! Su Muzha said furiously. Become a vassal of your origin school? Then wouldn't Marshal Uncle Zui and I become sinners of the sword sect? How could we face the sect masters of the past when we perish in the future? Moreover, how could the disciples of my sword sect draw their swords once our sect submits to your origin school? Yuan Tian! What a great plan it is to destroy the foundation of my sword sect. Yuan Tian seemed to have expected this, and he smiled and didn't speak further. At this moment, everyone within the sword sect had sensed the situation the sect was in right now. They were being jointly sieged by 3 sects, and the disciples of the sword sect couldn't help but feel a surge of panic when they thought up to this point. The strengths of every single one of these 3 sects surpassed the sword sect, so could the sword sect resist their joint forces? The answer was no. It was impossible, so only death awaited them. When they thought about this, many disciples of the sword sect started to become restless, but it was quickly suppressed by the higher-ups of the sword sect. At this very moment, the sword sect could absolutely not allow any mistakes to occur. Taoist Zui seemed to be aware of it as well, so he immediately paid no further attention to Yuan Tian and the others. The 3 of them wouldn't stop him from attempting to overcome the heaven path, because they didn't dare to. If they were to obstruct him now, then they would have to face his practically suicidal revenge, and if he were to fight with all his strength, then he was confident in his ability to kill at least one of them. Yuan Tian and the others were aware of that as well. So, they hadn't attacked. At the very least, they wouldn't until Taoist Zui failed to overcome the heaven path. Even if they intended to attack, Taoist Zui still had a backup plan. Because the sect guarding grand formation of the sword sect was set up by the sword sect's founding ancestor himself. Even though they were unable to bring forth its complete might, it was still sufficient to obstruct the 3 of them for a period of time. In short, the fate of the sword sect still depended on his success or failure. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't long before noon arrived. Taoist Zui slowly opened his eyes in midair. At this moment, he was at his peak state. In other words, he could begin. With a wave of his right hand, the azure sword transformed into an azure glow that shot into the sky. Its glow was like a pillar that shot towards the sky, and it entered the sky in an instant. Right after that, a wave of violent shaking arose in the sky before it seemed like the sky had been split open to reveal an enormous pitch-black rift. Subsequently, a multicolored path slowly extended out from within the pitch-black rift, and it wasn't long before it extended down from the sky and arrived in front of Taoist Zui. Taoist Zui took a deep breath, and then he stepped onto the path under the shocked gazes of everyone in the surroundings. The weather in the sky had immediately changed when he stepped foot on the multicolored path. The sun was still blazing in the sky just moments ago, yet dark clouds had covered the sky in an instant. After that, an almost 3 kilometers long bolt of black lightning tore through the clouds and shot down towards Taoist Zui. The bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space was shattered inch by inch to reveal numerous pitch-black spatial tiers. The might of the heavens and the earth that was contained within those rifts caused some comparatively weaker disciples of the sword sect to be instantly forced flat on the ground while trembling violently. The disciples of the sword sect gazed at the black bolt of lightning with astonishment. If it were to descend onto our sword sect, then the entire sect would probably be obliterated into powder in an instant, right? A wisp of a solemn expression flashed through Taoist Zui's eyes as he gazed at the enormous bolt of lightning, and then he swiftly slashed the azure sword towards it. In an instant, a strand of sword chi that was 300 m long and over 100 m wide had tore through the sky and shot violently towards the black bolt of lightning. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded in the sky above the sword sect, and then the black bolt of lightning flashed through the sword chi and shot explosively towards Taoist Zui at a speed which wasn't visible to the eye. Taoist Zui's expression changed because he had underestimated the heavy path in the end. He didn't dare think further as he tightened his grip around azure and swung it swiftly, causing countless strands of sword chi to surge like a tidal wave that enveloped the black bolt of lightning. Bang! 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 A wave of violent explosions resounded in the sky as countless strands of black electricity sprayed towards the surroundings along with Taoist Zui's sword chi and descended towards the ground. Su Mu's expression changed and was just about to act when Taoist Zui slashed once more with his sword. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out and blasted the sword chi and electricity into nothingness. Deafening cheers immediately erupted from the disciples of the sword sect when they witnessed this scene. Even Su Muja revealed a trace of a smile. Looks like Martial Uncle Zui is still quite confident in his ability to overcome the heaven path. They hadn't noticed that the solemn expression in Taoist Zui's eyes hadn't eased up but grew heavier instead. Because just this initial test allowed him to realize that had severely underestimated how terrifying the heaven path was, and his confidence to deal with its following attacks had started to waver. Ghost King's face fell because Taoist Zui's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. If he's really able to overcome the heaven path, then wouldn't the entire ghost sect be annihilated? When he thought up to here, Ghost King was about to act yet was stopped by Yuan Tian. There's no need to be impatient. There are 9 barriers in order to overcome the heaven path, and he has merely passed the first barrier. According to my estimations, he'll be able to survive through 2 barriers at most with the strength he possesses. After that, he'll definitely die if he doesn't possess any other trump cards, said Yuan Tian in an indifferent tone. Ghost King hesitated for a moment, and then he abandoned his intention to act and gazed at Taoist Zui again. Taoist Zui stood on the spot in midair for a moment before he took a step forward, and he traversed 3 kilometers with just this single step. Right at this moment, countless strands of black energy surged out from within the pitch-black rift, and then an enormous black finger that was over 1K wide appeared from within the rift before it descended towards Taoist Zui. At the moment it appeared here, the heavens and the earth had dimmed down while the mountains around Sky Peak had been instantly transformed into level found by the pressure emanated by the enormous finger. Moreover, the ground was still collapsing layer by layer. The smiles on the faces of the sword sect's disciples had instantly frozen on the spot when they witnessed this scene, and they stared blankly at the enormous finger. Who exactly does it belong to? Why does it possess such terrifying might? Can our sect's guardian resist it? At this moment, such thoughts couldn't help but arise in their hearts. Su Muja had an extremely heavy expression on his face as well. If the sword sect didn't have a grand formation protecting it, then Sky Peak and all the disciples of the sword sect would have probably perished beneath this finger just now. Because even he felt quite horrified by the terrifying might contained within that enormous finger. It was truly too terrifying. At this moment, Yuan Tian and the others had extremely solemn expression as well. The heaven path was a path that they would have to take in the future as well. They hadn't come here entirely for the sake of annihilating the sword sect, and they had another reason for coming here today. It was because they wanted to witness how terrifying the heaven path was. Now that they had, their expressions had turned solemn. This attack was very strong, and it was strong to the point they weren't confident in their ability to resist. However, they revealed a mocking expression in an instant because it was Taoist Zui who had to face this attack right now. Taoist Zui's expression had become extremely solemn as well. No matter what, he had to withstand this attack. Because if he failed, then he wouldn't be the only one who died, and the thousands upon thousands of disciples of the sword sect who were relying on him would die as well. Clang! The azure sword shot into the sky. Disciples of the sword sect! Heed my call! Lend me your strength! Chapter 430 Heaven Path Part 3/3 Chapter 430 Heaven Path Part 3/3 The disciples of the sword sect on the ground below didn't dare hesitate at all. They drew their swords under the lead of Su Muja and the other supreme elders of the sword sect, and then a few tens of thousands of swords fused into one and shot violently towards the enormous black finger. Under such circumstances, the members of the sword sect naturally didn't dare hold back at all, and they'd utilized all their strength. The might of the united forces of tens of thousands of profounders was naturally not weak, and the enormous sword formed from their swords seemed to even be capable of stabbing a hole in the sky as it shot violently towards the enormous black finger. After that, another dazzling strand of light that was over 1 kilometer wide covered the sky as it shot sword up. Rumble! 2 world-shaking explosions resounded. It was like the sky was about to be blasted into pieces while space trembled violently. Countless strands of sword chi and black energy swept towards the surroundings and descended towards the ground, causing an enormous bottomless and pitch-black hole to immediately appear on the ground. The countless disciples of the sword sect revealed a smile once more when their joint forces had destroyed the enormous black finger. As far as they were concerned, this should be success. However, they noticed that Taoist Zai's countenance was pale while numerous cracks had appeared throughout the azure sword. It seemed like the azure sword would shatter at any moment. The heaven path required one to endure 9 attacks in order to traverse it, yet now, merely 2 attacks had passed. In other words, there were another 7 attacks, yet had practically already utilized all his strength. So, how would he resist the next 7 attacks? All those years ago, the founding ancestor rampaged back and forth through this path. Exactly what sort of strength did he possess? Taoist Zui shook his head and strode forward, and had moved another 3 kilometers to arrive high above amidst the clouds. No matter what, he had no way to retreat now, so it was either success or death. The pitch-black rift in the sky expanded slowly while countless strands of horrifying black energy seeped out from within it. Everywhere the black energy passed, space would actually collapse immediately. However, that same space was swiftly repaired by the laws of the heavens and the earth as well. But that same space would collapse once more as soon as it was repaired, and this cycle continued endlessly. This time, the pitch-black rift didn't launch an attack. It just expanded gradually as if something was about to emerge from within it. When they noticed that it hadn't come to an end yet, the hearts of all the disciples from the sword sect on the ground below had constricted. Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together from a certain spot within the sword sect. She was naturally clearly aware of what sort of situation the sword sect would face if Taoist Zui wasn't able to succeed. It wouldn't be going too far to say that the sword sect was doomed. Even though her father was a monarch realm expert as well, he was only at the first rank, so he was utterly incapable of going against Yuan Tian and the others. Is the sword sect really going to be doomed just like that? Suddenly, the space in front of her warped, and then Su Muzha appeared there. Qishir, use the secret passageway to leave the sect later. Once you escape, then leave the southern territory and never come back. Su Muzha's face had an indescribably desolate expression on it, and his eyes were filled with gloominess. Su Qingshi asked lightly, "Is there really no chance at all?" Su Muzha shook his head and said, "Both your martial uncle and I underestimated the heaven path. Perhaps he would have a chance if had attained the peak of the monarch realm, but he's only at the 4th rank of the monarch realm. So, he's unable to go against the terrors of the heaven path even if he relies on the Tao artifact and the strength of our entire sect. The elders and I have already secretly sent away some talented disciples. Qingshi, you leave as well. Don't think about avenging the sword sect for the next few hundred years. You just have to carry on the inheritance of the sword sect." "I refuse." Su Qingshi spoke in a light voice. "The sword sect is in a time of need right now. How could I possibly leave? Moreover, we have the sect guarding grand formation that the founding ancestor left behind all those years ago, so we may not necessarily be unable to resist them." Su Muzha suddenly said, "Does the child belong to Yang Yi?" Su Qingshi's expression immediately became slightly unnatural, but she still nodded without the slightest hesitation. Su Muzha sighed lightly and said, "That child's natural talent in the sword Tao is superb, but he has a rather extreme character, and he acts ruthlessly and without any regard for the consequences. Even I don't know if it's a blessing or curse that you're with him. All right, leave now or you might not be able to leave in a while. Don't be stubborn. Do it for the child in your belly." Su Qingshi still shook her head and said, "He said that he would come to the sword sect to get me. If I have a place in his heart, then he'll come no matter what. If he doesn't, then what's the point of going to look for him?" I received information that he's on his way back to the Southern Territory. However, the Origin School, Ghost Sect, and Flower Palace have dispatched experts to kill him on the way," Su Muja suddenly said. "The reason I didn't tell you before was because I didn't want you to be swept into the enmity between him and those sections. But at this moment, we have no other choice." Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly, but she still shook her head and indicated that she wouldn't leave. "You're only a step away from the Exalt realm. Even though you haven't attained it, your strength isn't any weaker to an ordinary Exalt realm expert. Isn't it better to go help him?" said Su Muja. "He will return safely to the Southern Territory." "They've always underestimated him," said Su Qingshi. Su Muja shook his head lightly. Presently, he wasn't really interested in Yan Yi because it was a moment of life and death for the Sword Sect right now. The Sword Sect had existed in the Southern Territory for 10,000 years. If it were to be obliterated in his hands, then Su Muja would become a sinner of the sect. So, even if he knew they weren't a match for the Origin School, Ghost Sect, and Flower Palace, he still wanted to fight desperately for it. As for Su Qingshi, he naturally had a way to send her away when there was no other way. Meanwhile, the pitch-black rift in the sky had expanded to the point of becoming over 1 kilometer wide. When looked at from below, it was like an enormous hole had been torn apart in the sky, and boundless horrifying darkness was revealed from within it. Suddenly, a finger that was even more enormous than before gradually emerged from within the pitch-black rift. After half the finger had emerged, another finger followed by its side, and it was slightly shorter than the first finger. It was like a middle finger and ring finger had emerged from the pitch-black rift. After these two fingers appeared, all the mountains beside Sky Peak that had collapsed were pushed further into the ground, and the formidable blast of air that came from the sky made the space their warp. Besides that, the golden protective barrier above Sky Peak had sunk down slightly from this pressure, and it seemed like it would explode at any moment. The disciples of the Sword Sect were astounded when they witnessed this scene. What exactly are those enormous fingers? They are actually so terrifying? Would Ancestor Zhe be able to resist it? At this moment, Yuan Tian and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Because even they felt slightly horrified from those two enormous fingers. After all, even they might not be able to resist the energy contained within it. In the past, they had a little confidence in facing the heaven path, but after they witnessed this scene, that trace of hope and confidence had vanished from their hearts. If they were to attempt the heaven path with the current strengths they possessed, then they would be definitely courting death. Perhaps I can give it a try when I attain the peak of the monarch realm. As he stood amidst the clouds and watched those two enormous fingers descend slowly, Taoist Sui slowly tightened his grip on the azure sword, and then the profound energy within him surged out, causing the azure sword to tremble violently, and emanated numerous rays of light. Suddenly, the enormous fingers sped up. In the blink of an eye, they'd instantly arrived 300 above Taoist Sui. Taoist Sui's pupils constricted, and then he swiftly swung the sword in his hand. In an instant, almost 10,000 rays of light shot out explosively from the azure sword. At this moment, the rays of light from his sword covered the entire sky, and even the glow of the scorching sun had been blotted out. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as the enormous pitch-black fingers broke through the rays of light, and then they didn't lose momentum at all as they instantly smashed onto Taoist Sui. In an instant, Taoist Sui crashed downward from the clouds. The disciples of the Sword Sect were dumbstruck when they witnessed this scene. He's dead just like that. The guardian of our Sword Sect is dead just like that. At this moment, all the disciples of the Sword Sect seemed as if they'd lost their souls. Their eyes were completely lifeless, and they stared blankly at Taoist Sui who was falling from the sky. After it struck him down with a single blow, the enormous fingers instantly withdrew back into the pitch-black rift, and then the rift closed. In the blink of an eye, the sky had returned to its previous state, and it was like nothing had ever happened. Of course, the multicolored path had dispersed in the air once the rift had closed. He's dead just like that. Su Muja was slightly stunned as well while he watched Taoist Sui's corpse crash towards ground, and he was dazed for a moment. With Taoist Zui present in the sword sect, not even the origin school dared to act too fearlessly, and even if it suppressed the sword sect, it could only do it in secret. Yet now, Taoist Zui had perished, so would these sects have anything left to fear? Right when Taoist Zui's corpse was about to fall into the sword sect, a strand of light had flashed, and then Taoist Zui's corpse immediately vanished. Ghost King asked in a low voice. What was that? Had seen that ray of light, but it was too swift to the point he couldn't see it clearly. According to rumor, all experts who die while attempting to traverse the heaven path would be taken away by a mysterious expert. That mysterious expert would preserve their souls so that they could reincarnate. I presume that ray of light was that mysterious expert, said Yuan Tian in a low voice. It was that mysterious expert who preserved Taoist Zui's soul just now and had even obstructed the aftershock of those enormous fingers. Otherwise, Taoist Zui's corpse would be in pieces right now while his soul would have dispersed, said Yu Linglong. Ghost King laughed coldly and paid no further attention to this. After all, it was fine to him so long as Taoist Zui was dead. Now, the feud of blood between the Ghost Sect and the Sword Sect could finally be put an end to. The Ghost Sect declares war against the Sword Sect. There's a chance of survival if the Sword Sect surrenders, otherwise, none shall be spared. The Origin School declares war against the Sword Sect. The Flower Palace declared war against the Sword Sect. Right at the moment the members of the Sword Sect were stunned, three voices had suddenly resounded in the air above the Sword Sect, and it caused their expressions to turn ghastly pale. It was truly like adding fuel to the flame. After the three of them declared war against the Sword Sect, countless experts from their sects instantly flew swiftly towards the Sword Sect from their respective sections. In less than 4 hours of time, the elite disciples of the three sects had converged outside Sky Peak. Sumuja, will you surrender or will you not? Yuan Tian's voice resounded like a thunderclap by the ears of all the Sword Sect's members. Chapter 431 Pavilion Master. Surrender? The Sword Sect would naturally not surrender. Even though it had fallen to decline and suffered such huge setback that weakened its strength, it was absolutely impossible to make them become the servants of those three sects and obey their orders. Disciples of the Sword Sect, heed my command! Activate the sect guarding grand formation! Sumuja shouted. The countless disciples in the surroundings instantly returned to their senses. They stopped hesitating and poured their profound energy into the grand formation. As their profound energy surged ceaselessly into it, the enormous golden barrier of light in the sky above the Sword Sect instantly lit up, and then countless strands of golden glows of the sword shot violently towards the disciples of the three sects. Yuan Tian grunted coldly and waved his right hand. Countless strands of white light shot forward and instantly blasted apart almost half of the rays of light that came from the grand formation. On the side, Ghost King and Yu Linglong hurriedly acted as well, and those countless strands of golden light were instantly dispersed into nothingness before their joined forces. Attack! Along with Yuan Tian's order, the disciples of the Origin School who stood behind him had instantly flashed towards Sky Peak, and the profounders of the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace followed closely behind as well. The war erupted. The war between the four sects had undoubtedly shocked the entire southern territory. The four great sects were deeply involved with the mortal world, and they had many vassals amongst the clans in the mortal world. So, when a war occurred between the sects, these clans would definitely act as well. In next to no time, numerous clans within the Grand Qin Empire started to fight both openly and in secret, and incidents where a clan vanished overnight or was annihilated had occurred continuously throughout the empire. Surprisingly, the Grand Qin Empire actually acted indifferent towards all of this, and it allowed these clans to kill each other. Before long, chaos started to appear within the empire. The Grand Myriad Mountains. Yang Yes brows were knit tightly without being able to ease up once he received the information about the southern territory from Zhang Lu. While the three sects had besieged the Sword Sect, he was naturally not worried of the Sword Sect, and he even wished for nothing more than to see the Sword Sect obliterated. However, Su Qinshu was still in the sword sect, so he had no choice but to feel worried and anxious, and it was even to the extent that the thought to return immediately had crossed his mind. However, it wasn't the time to return yet, as it would be pointless to return to the Southern Territory right now, because he still hadn't accomplished one last thing. Moreover, according to the information that Chan Lu sent to him, while the Sword Sect was being besieged by the three sects, the Sword Sect had relied on its sect guarding grand formation to prevent the coalition of the three sects from subduing them. So, a stalemate had been formed, and this allowed Yang Yi to heave a slight sigh of relief. However, Yang Yi was extremely puzzled and bewildered right now. In the beginning, when he found out that the founding emperor had summoned the elite troops of the 9 states back to the capital, had thought that the founding emperor had done so to control the situation. After all, it was common knowledge that the vassals of many sects resided within the Grand Qin Empire. But now it seemed like the founding emperor hadn't gathered his forces for this, and if it wasn't for that, then why did the founding emperor summon all the elite troops back to the capital? Could it be that he intends to act against the 6 great sects? That's possible indeed. After all, while the Grand Qin Empire is an overlord in the Southern Territory that controls 9 states, countless cities, and can command the world. But the 6 great sects stand above the law and aren't within the scope of the Grand Qin Empire's control. Moreover, they seize resources, especially talented individuals, from the empire every single year. Especially the Origin School, even the Grand Qin Empire is extremely fearful of it. So, doesn't the war between the 4 sects just happen to give the Grand Qin Empire a chance? But the 3 sects should be aware of this. Then why did they still act against the Sword Sect when they understood such a principle? What exactly do the Grand Qin Empire and all those sects intend to do? Yang Yi thought for a long time yet was still unable to figure it out, so he just stopped thinking about it. Presently, the important matter at hand was to see the Beast Emperor, and then rush back to the Southern Territory. After all, 2 loved ones of his were still at the Southern Territory right now and were waiting for him to rescue them. Immediately return to the Southern Territory and pay close attention to all the various powers. Use a transmission talisman to convey any important or urgent information. Yang Yi pondered for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. Right, bring those fellows here to see me. Right when he entered the Grand Myriad Mountains, had received a transmission talisman from Qin Xia, and she said that a group of assassins had arrived at the Grand Myriad Mountain to obey his orders at any time. Yang Yi was rather surprised by this. He hadn't expected that Qin Xia would have actually fostered a group of assassins in such a short period, and besides feeling surprised, he felt even more anticipation. After all, those who were capable of traversing the boundless Grand Myriad Mountains to arrive here shouldn't be weaklings. In next to no time, Zhang Lu led around 100+ profounders over to Yang Yi and Nanjing. Nanjing glanced at them before she shook her head, and then she walked off to the side before starting to meditate. Because in her opinion, they were truly too weak. However, Yang Yi's eyes had lit up instead because there were over 30+ spirit realm profounders amongst them, and all the rest were at the 7th rank to the 9th rank of the King Realm. Even though most of the spirit realm profounders were at the 1st rank and the strongest was at the 2nd rank, it was already very good in Yang Yi's opinion. After all, the time Qin Xia had was too short, so it was really very good that she was able to foster so many spirit realm and king realm profounders. While Yang Yi sized them up, they were sizing him up as well. They were very curious and filled with anticipation towards this rumored pavilion master. However, they were disappointed when they saw Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was only at the 2nd rank of the spirit realm, and there were a few profounders amongst them who possessed such strength. "Which one of you is the leader?" asked Yang Yi. All of them looked at a man who stood at the front. He was around 20+ in age, and he was one of the few at the 2nd rank of the spirit realm amongst them. The man met Yang Yi's gaze. His gaze had no respect, and there was even a trace of disdain in the depths of his eyes as he said, "It was Big Sister Anu, but she encountered something and had to come here later. So, it's me now." When he spoke up to hear, the man instantly said, "You're our pavilion master?" Zhang Liu's face turned cold when he heard the man's tone. However, he didn't attack because this group of people seemed to be related to the Sword Master, so he naturally didn't dare attack without the Sword Master's orders. Yang Yi frowned, and then he glanced at them and said, "All of you seem to have a problem with me?" Zhang Liu's eyelids twitched. Had been by Yang Ye's side for some time now, so he was quite familiar with Yang Ye's temper. Even though Yang Yi seemed to be calm and friendly on the surface, he knew that Yang Yi was furious. "We dare not!" The man in the lead spoke indifferently. "I'm just slightly curious about Pavilion Master's strength. Zhang sure would like to experience Pavilion Master's strength." He felt extreme admiration towards Qin Xie because she didn't just possess strength, she even had ability and wisdom. So, no one in the entire Assassin's Pavilion would have any objections if they were to acknowledge Qin Xie as the Pavilion Master. Yet now, they had to suddenly acknowledge someone they never met before as the Pavilion Master and listen to that person's commands. It wasn't just him, all the others behind him were discontent as well. It would be fine if their Pavilion Master was at the Exalt realm, or even the peak of the Spirit realm, but it was actually a second-rank Spirit realm profounder. How could prideful existences like them be willing to submit before such a Pavilion Master? Yang Yi shook his head and said, "In the beginning, I was rather happy when I saw all of you. After all, your strengths are really not bad, but I'm very disappointed right now." He was truly disappointed because while their strengths weren't bad, Qin Xie had clearly not taught them well. "We're quite disappointed in Pavilion Master as well." Zhang Shi spoke coldly without any fear. In the Assassin's Pavilion, his strength was shocking, and his natural talent was merely inferior to Anu. Moreover, at least 30% of the members of the Assassin's Pavilion obeyed his command. So, he expected that even if he offended this so-called Pavilion Master, Qin Xie wouldn't punish him and would even try to rope him in. Yang Yi glanced at Zhang Shi before he said, "Ask Anu to see me right now. She doesn't have to come if she isn't here in 15 minutes. It was Anu who was leading the group this time, so he wanted to have a look at her attitude. If she were the same as this fellow, then all of them could just die. At that time, had given Qin Xie everything had accumulated in order to foster these fellows. Now, while they had been fostered into assassins, many of them were ungrateful bastards. So he was naturally extremely displeased. Zhang Shi laughed with ridicule, and he was just about to ridicule Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a figure flashed out from the distant forest, and it was extremely swift. It arrived in front of Yang Yi in less than a few breaths of time. "Anu greets the Pavilion Master." Anu bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. She would naturally not act so ignorantly as Zhang Shi and the others had acted when facing Yang Yi. Even though she had no knowledge of Yang Yi's exact strength, she usually heard a word or two about him from Qin Xie. So, she knew that he definitely possessed extraordinary strength. But his cultivation is really quite low. "You're their leader?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Yes." Yang Yi nodded, and then he told her about the attitudes Zhang Shi and the others had towards him just now. As they watched Yang Yi speak about them to Anu while standing right in front of them, Zhang Shi and some of the others behind him smiled coldly while their disdain towards Yang Yi grew deeper. "So, how do you think they should be dealt with?" Yang Yi gazed at the woman with an amused expression. The woman wasn't beautiful, but she was at the third rank of the spirit realm, and she was the strongest in terms of cultivation amongst them. So, Yang Yi intended to have a look at her attitude towards the matter. Anna's expression was slightly unsightly as she turned around to glance fiercely at Zhang Shi, but she felt quite helpless in her heart. Zhang Shi's strength and cultivation were only slightly inferior to her. Coupled with the fact that he was an independent assassin recruited by Qin Xie, and had many followers in the Assassin's Pavilion, so she was really helpless against him. Unless Qin Xie gave the order to kill him. Anu pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Pavilion Master, Zhang Shi and the others deserve death for offending you. However, it was their first mistake and they hadn't committed it intentionally. Moreover, the pavilion solely lacks experts, so I hope Pavilion Master can allow Zhang Shi to atone for his mistake with meritorious service." "May I know what Pavilion Master thinks?" Zhang Shi instantly laughed coldly when he heard Anu. He knew that she would dare to do anything to him. However, he didn't speak out and provoke Yang Yi again. After all, he still had to give Anu face. So, he just glanced coldly at Yang Yi while disdain suffused the corners of his mouth. Chapter 432 Arrogance? No! Yang Yi shook his head and said, I'll give all of you a chance. Those that are willing to follow me, stand over here. Those who are unwilling can just stand on the spot. Since Qin Siye hadn't taught them well, he intended to do it himself. Ana's expression changed. She was just about to speak, yet Yang Yi had suddenly glared at her. Anu was instantly horrified. For some unknown reason, coldness had instantly arisen in her heart from Yang Yi's glare, and it was like she'd suffer annihilation if she were to open her mouth. Anu didn't dare say a word. She merely hesitated for a moment before she stood resolutely by Yang Yi's side. When they saw Anu stand by Yang Yi's side, some of the others here hesitated for a moment before they came over as well. The reason many of them had stood by Yang Yi's side was merely because of Anu. After all, she had her own group in the Assassin's Pavilion. In next to no time, almost 100 of the 150-plus profounders here were by Yang Yi's side, and the 50-plus who remained were standing behind Zhang Shi. Obviously, they intended to follow Zhang Shi's lead. Zhang Shi's expression was extremely unsightly. Had thought that this so-called pavilion master would have used the opportunity Anu created to get out of the situation, but he hadn't imagined that the pavilion master would actually act in this way. It was clearly done against him. However, did he have any need to feel fearful? There's no place for me here, but there's naturally somewhere else. Zhang Shi spoke coldly. But it wouldn't be so easy to make me, Zhang Shi, return at that time. Don't blame me for not warning you. As he spoke, Zhang Shi intended to lead the others behind him and leave. However, Zhang Lu suddenly obstructed his path. Zhang Shi laughed coldly, and he turned around to look at Yang Yi as he said, What? Could it be that pavilion master intends to kill us? Blades are unable to discern between friend or foe. Don't blame me, Zhang Shi, for not warning you if you suffer any mishaps later. Are you threatening me? Yang Yi was slightly amused. I definitely have to punish that seductress. She actually recruited such an idiot as well. Does she have a screw loose? Threatening you? Zhang Shi grunted coldly and said, I dare now. I'm just reminding you not to bring ruin to yourself. In any case, they'd shed all pretenses, so he felt that he might as well go all the way. He didn't believe that this so-called pavilion master would dare attack him. Yang Yi glanced at the 50-plus profounders behind Zhang Shi and said, I gave all of you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Kill them! Zhang Shi's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi because he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare attack. After all, he had over 10 Spirit Realm assassins on his side. On the other hand, the expressions on the faces of Anu and the others had changed slightly. They hadn't imagined that this pavilion master in front of them would actually intend to annihilate Zhang Shi's group. The members of both sides were stunned. No one knew if Anu and the others were acting intentionally or they were really stunned, but they hadn't chosen to attack when they heard Yang Yi's order. On the other hand, a wisp of a savage expression instantly appeared on Zhang Shi's face when he recovered from his shock, and then his figure flashed and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. At the same time, a dagger emanated a cold glow as it swept towards Yang Yi's chest. Capture the leader to defeat the army. Zhang Shi was extremely swift and had even seized the initiative, so had arrived in front of Yang Yi when Anu and the others recovered from their shock, and they weren't able to stop him in time even if they wanted to. A wisp of a cruel smile immediately suffused the corners of Zhang Shi's mouth as he gazed at Yang Yi, who stood on the spot without moving at all. What a fucking useless pavilion master. He has probably been stunned by my speed right now, huh? Such a piece of trash is trying to be the pavilion master? I really wonder what got into Qin Siye's head. Right when Zhang Shi's dagger was about to come into contact with Yang Yi's chest, a strand of violet light had flashed, and then the smile on the corners of his mouth had frozen. The dagger had stopped in midair while his eyes had opened wide, and there was no complacency in his eyes but only disbelief and shock. Because a sword had suddenly pierced his chest, and it was Yang Ye's hand on its hilt. Right at this moment, over 30 black-clothed figures suddenly appeared here while countless rays of cold light flashed. All the 50-plus profounders who were following Zhang Shi had fallen to the ground in less than 2 breaths of time, and blood covered the ground. Anu and the others were utterly stunned on the spot as if they'd been petrified. Zhang Shi opened his mouth as if he intended to say something. However, Yang Yi didn't give him the chance and flicked his sword lightly, causing Zhang Shi's body to instantly explode apart. Yang Yi waved his right hand, causing a strong gust of wind to blow forward and blast the flesh and blood away. After he finished doing that, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Anu and the others as he said, "Why didn't you attack just now?" The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all, and it seemed like he would attack if their answer couldn't satisfy him. As soon as Yang Yi questioned them, Zhang Lu and the others gazed at Anus Group, and they locked onto their auras. So long as Anu and the others acted unusually in the slightest, then absolute destruction would be there to greet them. Anu and the others returned to their senses, and they were extremely astounded in their hearts. Moreover, cold sweat had gradually emerged from their foreheads while being stared at by Yang Yi and the others, and some comparatively weaker profounders amongst them had even started trembling. The strength Yang Yi and the others revealed just now was truly too terrifying. Over 50 profounders had been completely annihilated in just a few breaths of time, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. On the other hand, Yang Yi, their pavilion master, had actually instantly annihilated a second-rank spirit realm expert. My God! Is this pavilion master an Exalt realm expert? But it wasn't the time for them to feel shocked now. When they saw the horrifyingly cold gaze Yang Yi had, they knew that they'd infuriated this pavilion master of theirs, and with the decisiveness and ruthlessness he revealed, he might really make all of them leave their lives here. So, when they thought up to this point, cold sweat flowed from their bodies. They didn't dare hesitate to kneel immediately and speak in unison. "We made a mistake. Pavilion Master, please forgive us and allow us to make up for it with meritorious service. Just kill them." Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and said, "They lack both strength and loyalty. What else can fellows like these do besides waste your money? It's better to just kill all of them and foster those subordinates of yours with your full ability." The corners of their mouths twitched, and if it weren't because of Yang Yi, Anu and the others would even have the intent to kill Nanjing right now. Anu sneaked a glance at Yang Yi and noticed that Yang Yi's brows had knit together while he seemed to be tempted by the idea. "Shit!" Anu instantly exclaimed in her heart, and then she hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, we're unlike Zhang Shi. He was recruited into the Assassin's Pavilion by Master, but we were personally fostered by Master. Pavilion Master has entirely no need to worry about our loyalty. We'll definitely pledge our eternal loyalty to Pavilion Master. I hope Pavilion Master can give us an opportunity to make up for our mistakes." Yang Yi phased silently at them for a long time. In the end, he didn't choose to kill them all. No matter what, they were personally fostered by Qin Siye, so it would disappoint Qin Siye if he were to kill them. Moreover, he really needed more forces right now, and these fellows were still quite useful to him. "Rise," said Yang Yi in an indifferent tone. Anu and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief. Because no matter what, their lives were safe now. Anu snuck a peek at Zhang Lu and the others while she thought in his heart, "That's the mysterious force by the Pavilion Master's side, and they're actually so formidable. But why do these assassins seem like members of the League of Doom?" While Anu was puzzled in her heart, a set of black armor suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time that she was stunned by this, she heard Yang Yi's voice. "This set of armor is called the Spectre Set. It's made up of a total of 8 pieces, and every single one is a low-grade heaven-ranked treasure. I won't elaborate on their effects and benefits. You can experience it for yourself." Yang Yi was still quite satisfied by her display. Moreover, her strength wasn't bad, and she actually addressed Qin Siye as Master. So, she was definitely a trusted subordinate of Qin Xie's. Since it was like that, he would naturally not be stingy to her. The others behind Anu gazed at her with eyes filled with envy when they heard Yang Yi. Low-grade heaven-ranked treasures, and 8 of them. Moreover, it was even a set. At the same time they felt envious, they were even more shocked because the pavilion master was actually so generous, and had casually bestowed a set of heaven-ranked treasures. When they thought up to here, all of them started to feel regretful. They regretted failing to put on a good display in front of Yang Yi, otherwise, they wouldn't have no choice but to just watch helplessly right now. After he recovered from her shock, Anu hurriedly received the spectre set, and then she knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Yi and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master, for this bestowal." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Stand up and speak. I have a few questions for you." Anu hurriedly stood up while her expression was even more respectful than before. "Is everyone from the Assassin's Pavilion here?" asked Yang Yi. "No," Anu said. "The Assassin's Pavilion has a total of 207 members, and over 50 of them are profounders that Master recruited from the outside. The remaining profounders in the pavilion are our own. Pavilion Master killed 54 earlier. In other words, practically all the profounders who were recruited from the outside have been annihilated. All the remaining members are those that were personally selected and fostered by Master." Yang Yi continued. 50 more aren't here? They are part of the intelligence cell, and they specialize in gathering information and not assassination," said Anu. "So that's why." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Send someone back to the Southern Territory. Order the intelligence cell to gather everything related to the Flower Palace, including how many experts they have and the topography within the Flower Palace. In short, gather all information related to the Flower Palace and bring it to me. Besides that, ask Xie to investigate the true intentions of the Grand Qin Empire, the Origin School, the Flower Palace, and the other sects." The incidents in the Southern Territory were slightly strange, so he had to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, if he were to enter the Southern Territory rashly, then it would probably destruction that awaited him. Even though his target was only the Flower Palace, he knew that the matter was far from being that simple. Because how could the Origin School and Ghost Sect possibly stand by idly if he were to attack the Flower Palace? In other words, he might not be facing just the Flower Palace this time, and he would have to face the forces of the Origin School and Ghost Sect as well. So, he had to make sufficient preparations. "Yes," Anu replied, and then she sent a spirit realm expert back to the Southern Territory. Right at this moment, the space in front of Yang Yi warped. Right when the expressions of everyone changed violently, a robust middle-aged man had appeared in front of Yang Yi. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi before he nodded lightly and said, "The second rank of the spirit realm? 7th level sword intent, a physical body that isn't weaker to a spirit rank dark beast. Eh? A few mysterious precious treasures as well. Not bad, looks like you gained a lot during your trip to the ancient battlefield." It was none other than the Beast Emperor. Chapter 433 His True Support. The Imperial Palace of the Dark Beast Empire. There were only 2 people in the hall within the Imperial Palace. One was Yang Yi and the other was the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor spoke slowly. "If you want to save your mother, then you have to go against the Flower Palace. After all, it's absolutely impossible for the Flower Palace to compromise right now. Even though your natural endowment is extraordinary and your natural talent in the sword Dao is superb, in the end, you're merely a spirit realm profounder that can be annihilated with a flick of the finger to them. In other words, you can only rescue your mother by force." Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he took a light breath while a cold glow flashed in his eyes. He said, "Then he'll rescue her by force." He was willing to make compromise with the Flower Palace if it meant he could rescue his mother. Unfortunately, they still didn't take him seriously, so trying to accomplish that was like asking for insult. Since it was like that, then he felt it was better to just annihilate the entire Flower Palace. The Beast Emperor shook his head and smiled. Kid, it's easy for you to say. Even though I agreed to lend you a hand, but that's just me and not the entire Dark Beast Empire. After all, even though I'm the Emperor of the Dark Beast Empire, many things can't be decided by just my will alone. Especially when dealing with the powers of the Southern Territory, because the slightest mistake would make a complete war erupt between the humans and Dark Beasts. Yang Yi smiled and said, I understand your worries, Beast Emperor, but what if I provide something that the Dark Beast Empire needs? So long as the benefits are sufficient, then I believe that no one within your empire will object, right? Oh? A trace of interest arose in the Beast Emperor's eyes as he said, Please do tell. I can change the limits of a Dark Beast's natural endowment and bloodline. Yan Yi looked the Beast Emperor in the eye and spoke in a low voice. This was his true trump card, or it should be said that the Dark Beast Empire was his true trump card. If he wanted to gain the Dark Beast Empire's support, then he had to provide them with something the entire Dark Beast Empire was unable to refuse. And it just so happened that he had something like that. Sure enough, the smile on the Beast Emperor's face froze when he heard Yang Yi. His eyes narrowed while he slowly clenched his right hand, and he stared at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, Is that really true? If it was anyone else who'd spoken these words, he would have smacked that person to death on the spot. Why? Because it was like a dream. It wasn't impossible to change one's natural endowment. So long as one possessed certain precious treasures or was willing to pay a certain price, then slightly improving mediocre natural endowment was still possible. However, it was impossible to improve one's bloodline. The bloodline was something that one was born with, and it wasn't something that any external forces or treasures could change. Unless one broke through into the Saint realm and utilized the energy of the heavens and the earth to alter one's own marrow and bloodline, otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to improve the bloodline via external forces. The bloodline was of utmost importance to Dark Beasts, because the strength of their bloodlines directly affected their future accomplishments. Just like how some Dark Beasts could only remain at the king rank or spirit rank for their entire lifetimes. This was the effect of the restrictions of their bloodlines. On the other hand, some Dark Beasts were at the king rank or spirit rank at birth. This was the importance of their bloodline, and it was especially so for Dark Beasts. Yet now, Yang Yi had said that he could allow Dark Beasts to overcome the restrictions of their bloodlines. If it was any other person who'd spoken these words to the Beast Emperor, then that person would be dead right now. But it was different because Yang Yi was the one who'd spoken these words, so it merely made the Beast Emperor reveal a solemn expression. Of course, he had excitement and happiness on his face as well. Because he felt that if someone in this world could really accomplish that, then besides the Saint Realm experts of legend, Yang Yi was the only one. Because he felt that the precious treasure of legend might be in Yang Yi's possession. Beast Emperor, do you think that I would play such a joke? Said Yang Yi. When he saw the Beast Emperor's expression, he knew that he had a chance to secure the assistance of this colossus, the Dark Beast Empire. So long as he obtained the Dark Beast Empire's assistance, then he would be even more confident in his ability to go against the Flower Palace. The Beast Emperor pondered deeply for a long time before he said, This is a matter that has great implications, so I must witness it in person. Otherwise, I dare not agree. It isn't just me, even those old geezers in the clan wouldn't agree. Yang Yi nodded and said, Then it'll trouble Beast Emperor to bring Gray and Silver here. Right, they are in the Grand Myriad Mountains right now. 15 minutes later, over 10 old men had appeared within the hall. Of course, there were also Gray and Silver that were much larger than before. Yang Yi immediately nodded with satisfaction when he saw them because these two fellows were actually at the spirit rank. As soon as they saw Yang Yi, they instantly shrunk their figures and rose over to Yang Yi's side, and then they rubbed their heads incessantly against Yang Yi. Obviously, they really missed Yang Yi as well. The gazes of the Beast Emperor and the old men had been constantly locked onto Gray and Silver, and it was like they wanted to devour these two wolves. A short while later, one of the old men took a deep breath and said, They have actually really attained the spirit rank. These two fellows are merely ordinary wolves of lowly bloodlines. Even if they could attain the spirit realm, it would take over 100 years at least, and it would only be possible if they obtained an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. But how long has it been now? Moreover, I'm able to sense that their bloodlines seem to have mutated. No, it isn't just their blood, even their marrow and meridians have mutated. In short, their future accomplishments are limitless. Another old man said. Indeed, the current natural endowment and bloodlines possessed by these two little fellows aren't inferior to those cubs from the Skyhowl Demon Wolf clan. I never expected that there really is a method to alter natural endowment and bloodline in this world. Meanwhile, the old man and the other old men beside him gazed at Yang Yi. All of their gazes glowed brilliantly as if they were perverts that had laid eyes upon a beauty, and it caused Yang Yi to feel a chill run down his spine. Kid, how many dark beasts can you alter at a single time? Asked one of the elders of the Dark Beast Empire. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, I can do 10 at most in a month. Actually, he could do it without any limit, and all he had to do was place them in the space within the tiny vortex. However, he wasn't stupid, and it was always best to keep some tricks up his sleeve. 10 a month? The old man frowned and was clearly quite displeased by this answer. Actually, it's a really huge amount, another elder said. It amounts to 120 in a year. 120 geniuses in a year, and it would be 1,210 years. If that continues, then a huge number of extraordinary experts would appear within our Dark Beast Empire within 100 years of time. At that time, wouldn't it be extremely easy for us to enter the demon territory? The others nodded in agreement when they heard this elder. 100 years was only an instant to them. However, Yan Ye's conditions was truly quite difficult. The Beast Emperor suddenly said, Truthfully speaking, you've succeeded in moving us. However, acting against the Flower Palace is no trivial matter, and the slightest mistake will probably bring a calamity to my Dark Beast Empire. So allow us to think about it. Even though the human sects were scheming and fighting against each other, and they even had a bad relationship with the Grand Qin Empire, but if the members of the Dark Beast Empire dared to enter the human world, then those various sects and the Grand Qin Empire would definitely unite against them. The Dark Beast Empire was extremely strong indeed, but it was still unable to refuse the entire human race in the Southern Territory. Yang Yi smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to worry about that at all, Senior. Because I only need the high-level forces of the Dark Beast Empire. In other words, I need experts at the Spirit Realm and Exalt Realm. Moreover, we're only acting against the Flower Palace and not the Grand Qin Empire. I believe that the Grand Qin Empire would even be happy to see that happen. The Beast Emperor thought for a moment, and then he smiled as he said, Indeed. The founding emperor burns with ambition, and he has had the intent to annihilate those 6 extraordinary sects of the Southern Territory for a very long time. If my Dark Beast Empire were to interfere in the battle between the sects in the Southern Territory, then the Sword Sect and Flower Palace would definitely be heavily injured even if they are able to avoid annihilation. That's undoubtedly a good thing to the Grand Qin Empire. So, Beast Emperor, you agree? Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists while his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. The Beast Emperor smiled and said, My Dark Beast Emperor will dispatch 30 Exalt-rank Dark Beasts, 100 Spirit-rank Dark Beasts, and me. Are you satisfied? The worry in Yang Yi's heart instantly eased up when he heard this, and he said, Of course I am. The Beast Emperor nodded, and then he gazed at the other old men and said, Do the elders have any objections? One of the old men frowned as he pondered deeply, and then he said, This matter carries great implications. We should give it more consideration. After all, a single mistake could cause our Dark Beast Emperor to suffer a heavy injury. Elder Mo, those words are mistaken. A white-haired old man by the previous old man's side said, There is no gain without pain. If we're able to create a group of extraordinary experts within our Dark Beast Empire within the next 100 years, then so what if we suffer a certain amount of losses or even cause the entire empire to suffer a heavy injury? When he spoke up to here, the white-haired old man gazed at the Beast Emperor and said, I'm in favor of the Beast Emperor's decision. Yan Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the old man, and he had a very good impression of the old man. He immediately walked over to the white-haired old man, and then he bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Right, may I know if Senior's clan has any disciples with good natural talents?" The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, and then he understood Yang Yi. He immediately beamed with joy and said, "I do, of course I do." "Ha ha! You're one awesome kid!" The others quickly recovered from their shock when they witnessed this scene. "I agree with the Beast Emperor's decision." "I agree." "Agree." At this moment, they finally understood that they couldn't offend this human kid, because he could change the bloodline of the little fellows in their clans. When they figured this out, all of them started sending friendly signals to Yang Yi, and even that old man, Elder Mo, who was opposed to the decision earlier, had a flattering smile on his face and acted as if he was good friends with Yang Yi. The smile on the Beast Emperor's face grew even more brilliant when he witnessed this scene. The closer the relationship between the Dark Beast Empire and Yang Yi was, the happier he was. Even if Yang Yi didn't possess that precious treasure, with the natural talent and potential Yang Yi possessed, Yang Yi would definitely become an extraordinary expert in the future. Having an extraordinary human expert as a friend was a fortune to the Dark Beast Emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi had an extraordinarily close relationship with the mysterious spatial mink, so if his Dark Beast Empire were to move to the demon territory in the future, then they would probably have to rely on that spatial mink. In short, it was right to form a good relationship with Yang Yi. What fools! Those humans actually made a person who's so richly endowed by nature and possesses such extraordinary natural talent into their sworn enemy. Especially the Sword Sect, it actually abandoned Yang Yi. How laughable! But that's good as well. It's a loss for the humans, but it's fortune for my Dark Beast Empire. Chapter 434 Merge. Yang Yi didn't return immediately to the Southern Territory upon obtaining the Dark Beast Empire's assistance, and he started concentrating on cultivation combat techniques instead. The reason he hadn't rushed back immediately was that the actions of the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 great powers of the Southern Territory were truly too strange. According to his evaluation, it wouldn't be too long before war would definitely erupt between these two parties. Yang Yi's plan was to seize the opportunity created by when the Flower Palace, Origin School, and the other sects were at war with the Grand Qin Empire to return to the Southern Territory. It was best if it was possible for him to destroy the Flower Palace, and even if he couldn't, he still wanted to strike a heavy blow to it. At this moment, he had the ability to go against the Flower Palace, and all he lacked was an opportunity. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the cultivation room that the Beast Emperor had arranged for him, and Dragonbone floated silently in front of him. Besides Dragonbone, there were also the Nether Ghost Flame, Ninth Hell Cold Gale, and Violet Cloud Lightning. There was no need to question the might of the 3 natural treasures, but Yang Yi was unable to utilize their might to its greatest potential, and it had always been something that he felt quite depressed about. If he wanted to bring forth their full might, then he had to fully familiarize himself with them like the sword spirit of the ancient sheath had told him earlier, and it was best if he could form a mental link with them. He could control the 3 of them now, but he was unable to form a mental link with them, and it was the exact reason why he was unable to fully utilize the might of these 3 natural treasures. Even though he couldn't form a mental link with them right now, he was on the verge of it. After all, they'd been nourished and nurtured within his tiny vortex all day and night, so a link more or less existed between him and the 3 natural treasures. Just like this very moment, he faintly sensed that the Nether Ghost Flame seemed to be very annoyed by the Violet Cloud Lightning, and if he wasn't suppressing it, then the Nether Ghost Flame would have probably started fighting with the Violet Cloud Lightning. That was also the thing that Yang Yi felt the most depressed about. Because the Nether Ghost Flame could merge together with the 9th Hell Cold Gale, but it couldn't merge with the Violet Cloud Lightning. So long as the Violet Cloud Lightning was added in, then the Nether Ghost Flame would immediately resist it, and this made Yang Yi feel very helpless. Otherwise, how formidable would their combined strength be if they were to merge together? He would probably be able to kill an Exalt Realm expert even without utilizing the sword domain. It was very difficult to merge the three natural treasures together, but Yang Yi didn't choose to give up. He was determined to merge them together and create a new technique. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then he activated the sword domain because he only dared to play fearlessly with the three natural treasures while within his sword domain. If he were outside of it, then even he would probably die if they went berserk. The incident where he was heavily injured by the nether ghost flame that was attached to the sword formation was still fresh within his memories. He was like a sovereign within his sword domain, and even the three natural treasures wouldn't be able to harm him at all if they were to explode in front of him. The three natural treasures started to get closer to each other under Yang Yi's control. However, the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning had exploded apart as soon as they came into contact. The sword domain was instantly filled with an expanse of lightning and flames. Moreover, the ninth hell-cold gales seemed to have been provoked as well, and it transformed into countless tiny tornadoes that appeared within the sword domain as well. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he gazed at this scene. Fortunately, I utilized the sword domain, otherwise, just this alone would probably be horrible even if I have the mortal emperor armor and my physical defense to protect me. He was aware that the three natural treasures rejected each other, so he wasn't dispirited at all. He started to gradually split them up, and then he started to slowly make them merge again. The Imperial Palace of the Grand Qin Empire. At this moment, 23 middle-aged men were standing within the hall, and it was the founding ancestor who stood at the front of the hall. Every single one of the 23 middle-aged men were at the Exalt realm, and 9 of them were actually the 9 renowned marquises of the Grand Qin Empire. The 9 marquises controlled the 9 states and 1,000,000 troops. Besides that, every single one of them was an Exalt realm expert. The weakest amongst them was at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm, while the stronger was at the peak of the Exalt realm. On the other hand, the remaining 14 were figures who wielded great authority in the empire. Like Li Si and Bai Qi. Even though they didn't command 1,000,000 strong like the 9 marquises, they commanded the most elite forces of the empire. For example, Bai Qi managed the bloodbath camp. Even though the bloodbath camp only possessed a few tens of thousands of members, the weakest amongst them was at the king realm, while there were countless spirit realm experts amongst them. In short, the existences standing within the hall were those that wielded the most power in the Grand Qin Empire. Li Si, what do you think of the Origin School and the other sects trying to annihilate the Sword Sect? The founding emperor's gaze descended onto Li Si as he spoke indifferently. Li Si pondered deeply for a moment before he said, I think that there's some sort of plot behind all of this. The Origin School and the others aren't idiots, yet they still dared to continue attacking the Sword Sect even when our Grand Qin Empire summoned all its elite forces back. I presume that they are unafraid and have something to rely on. It's even to the extent that I think that they are intentionally baiting us to attack them. But I'm puzzled, why would they act in that way? Could it be that they intend to destroy our Grand Qin Empire this time? Them? Bai Qi grunted coldly and said, Our empire possesses 1,000,000,000 troops. There are no less than 1,000,000 King Realm Profounders, a few tens of thousands of Spirit Realm Profounders, and over 100 Exalt Realm experts amongst these troops. Moreover, we have our Emperor presiding over all of these forces. What would we have to fear even if the 6 sects were to join forces? We would still crush them. Li Si shook his head and said, Those sects can't be underestimated, especially the Origin School. It has existed for over 10,000 years, and it possesses enormous resources and reserves. Moreover, their forces have infiltrated our empire as well. Numerous clans within our empire have sided with them, so if we really were to enter into war, then a rebellion would definitely arise within our empire itself. Isn't that for the best? Well, annihilate all of them at once, said Bai Qi in a cold voice. Li Si shook his head again and said, Brother Bai, your thoughts on it are too simple. After all, the connections of these clans are intertwined throughout our empire, and they possess numerous vassals. If we were to really enter into war with the Origin School and the other sects, then it's very likely that we'll have enemies from both our front and rear, and the slightest mistake would cause our empire to split apart. Bai Qi fell silent. He wasn't an idiot, and he just thought a little about it before he understood everything Li Si said. If they were to act against the sixth sex, then it was equivalent to acting against all the clans that were related to the sixth sex, and some of the disciples of these clans would definitely be holding positions in the empire. In short, once they acted against the sect, then a huge amount of problems would appear. All of them in the hall gazed at the founding emperor. They couldn't decide if the empire should attack the sixth sex, and only the founding emperor could make that decision. Li Si is right. Annihilating the sword sect isn't the true reason for their attack, and their true objective is to bait our empire to attack them. The founding emperor said, even though I don't know where they got the confidence to do that, it just happens to conform to my intentions. The sixth sects are a form of latent trouble in the end, so it's best to eliminate them. Only by eliminating the sixth sects would the southern territory truly belong to my Grand Qin Empire. Only then would my Grand Qin Empire have the opportunity to advance into the central territory. When he spoke up to hear, the founding emperor paused for a moment and smiled. The reason the Origin School and the other sects intend to annihilate my Grand Qin Empire is exactly the same. Only by bringing the resources of the entire southern territory together, and taking control of all its geniuses would they possess the qualifications to go against the sects of the central territory. Otherwise, regardless of whether it's our empire or the sixth sects, we'll probably be unable to survive even if we pay the required price to enter the central territory. May I ask if we'll be waiting for them to annihilate the sword sect before we act, or shall take them by surprise and attack right now? Asked Li Si in a low voice. Since the founding emperor had decided, then his job wasn't to advise the founding ancestor against it, and it was to plan the attack. Well, wait for them to annihilate the sword sect. The founding ancestor grinned and said, even though the sword sect has fallen to decline and that fellow, Daoist Sui, overestimated his strength and perished while trying to overcome the heaven path, the sword sect still possesses the sect-guarding grand formation that was set up by the Unfettered One himself. Supposedly, the Unfettered One placed a wisp of his soul into the grand formation. Ha! Even if it's only a wisp of his soul, the soul of a Saint Realm expert can probably threaten the lives of 5th-rank Monarch Realm experts. I really look forward to that. 3 days later, in the cultivation room in the Dark Beast Empire. At this moment Yang Ye's countenance was pale while sweat trickled down his entire body. The 3 natural treasures were intertwined together within the sword domain, and they were merely intertwined together yet hadn't truly merged together. Their elements and nature were completely different, so they would definitely reject each other, and it was already very difficult for him to succeed at making them intertwine together. With the current ability he possessed, it was still impossible for him to make them merge completely together in a short period of time. The 3 natural treasures were intertwined together, and gradually took the form of a sword under Yang Ye's control. The tip of the sword was formed from the violet cloud lightning, the blade was formed from the nether ghost flame instead, and the hilt was formed from the 9th hell cold gale. A crazy expression flickered within Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at the sword before him, which was formed from the 3 natural treasures. This was something had created from a moment of inspiration, and had merely just thought of giving it a try. However, he hadn't expected that he would actually succeed. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword in his hand, and then the profound energy within his body surged into it. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to realize that they actually didn't reject his violet profound energy, and they allowed it to envelop them. The 3 natural treasures had merely joined together earlier, and they hadn't merged together. Yet now, the 3 natural treasures could be considered to have merged together to a certain extent when his violet profound energy enveloped them. Of course, the strength they possessed after they'd merged together was the most important, and it was completely useless if its strength was insufficient. Yang Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He attached his slaughter sword intent to the sword in his hand, and then a red glow arose around it. The violent energy contained within the sword caused Yang Ye's heart to thump quickly. Go! Yang Yi flicked with his wrist as he shouted. The sword formed from the 3 natural treasures transformed into a ray of light that shot forward violently, and it was extremely swift to the point even Yang Yi wasn't able to see it earlier, as it directly pierced through the wall of the cultivation room that resided 300 m in front of him. Yan Yi hadn't noticed that a trace of a spatial rift had appeared everywhere the sword passed, and he just hadn't noticed it because the sword was too swift, while the laws of the heavens and the earth had repaired the rifts right after the sword passed. The might of this attack was already capable of slashing through space. In other words, this strike was comparable to a high-grade heaven-rank combat technique. A few breaths of time after the sword had transformed into a ray of light and pierced through the wall, Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he cursed in his heart. However, it was too late. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded and rumbled within the Dark Beast Empire. Countless experts of the Dark Beast Empire were astounded and flashed towards the Imperial Palace because Yan Yi's cultivation room was within the Imperial Palace. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.